Hello everyone, Olin Hayes here with Jess Burton, and we're going to be here with you today as we watch two games between UMass Boston and Keene State teams, first with the women's game, then the men's. Starting off with the women's, UMB on a good roll. They've won 5 out of 6, but they face a team in Keene State today who's only one game behind them coming in. What do you expect to see today?
Well, the Beacons are off a couple big wins over Rhode Island College, who's in first place, and Plymouth State. I think they're looking for a revenge game here against the Owls today. They lost up at their place. I hope they're going to come out of here with a win today.
Absolutely. It should be an exciting game. We'll be back after this commercial to preview it for you and then get started.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're going to take a quick look at the matchup between these two teams. We'll start off with a quick look at the all-time series between these two schools. Keene State has the big lead all time, but in recent years it's been a lot more even between these two teams. Last year they split the games. Keene State, of course, as you mentioned, won earlier this year. Do you expect to see this kind of back and forth trend keep up today?
Yeah, well, I expect a win today at home. I think home court has been important to the overall series between these two teams. I think it's tough to go up to Keene State, and if you've been here in this environment, you know it's tough to play here. So I think with the crowd behind the Beacons and early start time, I think it favors the home team. Absolutely.
So let's take a quick look at the players to watch for today's game. We've got Joie Grassi on the Beacon side, and for the Owls, we're looking at Jordan Burke. What do you look at when you see the stat lines of these two?
Well, Joie Grassi is the heart and soul of the Beacons offense. She averages about 16 points, 8 rebounds a game. But Jordan Burke on the other end, she's coming off a big game, one of her biggest of the season. She had 18 and 12 in their last win against Western Connecticut. She only averages about 7 points per game, so that's high. But she shoots over 50% from the field, so they're going to have to stop the Beacons, are going to have to stop her down low in the paint and try to cut back on that shooting percentage.
Exactly, and Joie Grassi, someone very good at that on the defensive side. So going to be interesting to see who wins out in that matchup. Now we're going to go to a quick Beacon spotlight as we look at Jamie Staples and her recent achievement of reaching 1,000 career points. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
So at Springfield Tech, my role was a lot different than it was here. Being on a team that hadn't had a lot of success in the past, I was expected to be a big scorer, a big playmaker, and I did the best I could do that. And unfortunately, we weren't super successful, but it was a great learning experience for me, and I think it taught me a lot about leadership and just it got me prepared for the next step, next level. I knew when I committed here that that was a role that I would probably have to take, and I wanted to do that because I wanted to be on a winning team. So it comes down to you got to get out of your own head. Your ego is not more important than your whole team and your team's success. So at some point, you just have to do what you need to do for your team, and I think that mindset has helped me be successful here. It's been a really amazing journey because I've kind of got the best of both worlds. I've got to, I got to have my time where I was a scorer, and that was exciting, but we weren't very good. But it was good to have that experience as well and develop as a player. And now here we're competing every night, going to try to win an LEC championship, and that's really exciting. And like I said, it's nice to have my last 2 years of my career on a really, really good team. That was a really big moment for me and my family, especially. I was really happy that we could do that for my family because I think they put a lot into my success, and they deserve to have that moment too. And it was really exciting for my teammates. Definitely was a time that we can just, celebrate, and it was good to have all that support, and I couldn't do it without them. And it was just it was a nice experience. Definitely having that ceremony with my family and all my teammates excited for me. I definitely think it gave me a little boost of confidence, and I think that my teammates were really supportive of me. They always are, and I think that really helped me to play the best that I could in the game because every game is different, and sometimes my role changes, and I'm good with whatever the team needs me to do.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to take a quick look at the statistics for these two teams, and so far this year, Beacons look like a pretty big edge on paper between these two sides, especially in the offensive department, 66.7 per game versus 53. And that's something we probably expect to continue for today's game. On the other hand, though, we do see a bit of a discrepancy in the out-of-conference schedules and the out-of-conference records. Beacons having a very good year out-of-conference, yet to lose an out-of-conference game, whereas Keene State 5-12 overall record to go with their 4-4 conference record. So the stats certainly show that, and you can partially attribute that to the out-of-conference schedules, but of course also the Beacons have looked like a very, very good team so far this year with some big wins against some good teams outside of the Little East. And as we look at the team leaders for these two teams, and for the Beacons, it's Joie Grassi and Jalani Jackson taking up all the categories here. Grassi mentioned the team leader in points. Jackson the leader in percentage across the board, also one of their leading scorers, nearly 80% from the free throw line, nearly 40 from three-point land. Overall, this is a team that does not shoot at a particularly high percentage, but they get a lot of shots up, and they get a lot of threes when they are going well. On the other side, we see it a bit more spread out. We see Haley DeRozier, the leader in points per game, but still under 10. They really get their offense from a lot of different players across the board. Jordan Burke, we pointed out as our player to watch. She's the leader in field goal percentage. Katie Martineau, 50% from long range, definitely a threat out there. Free throw percentage, this is not a great free throw shooting team. Haley DeRozier leads the way, hitting 2 out of every 3 free throws. So anything that stands out to you when you look through these here?
Yeah, the Beacons are going to have to defend the perimeter well against Katie Martineau and, again, defend the paint with Jordan Burke. The stat that really stood out to me on the last screen was that the team as a whole only shoots 19% from the floor. I don't know where they're going to get their points scored. The Beacons play a very tough defense, and if they come out and pressure, we could see some turnovers, and this game could get out of hand pretty quick.
Absolutely. We saw the Beacons hold Rhode Island College to 44 points, and that is the number 1 team in the Little East. So certainly their defense looking strong, and it'll be a tough task for Keene State to break through it today as we take a look at the coaches for today's game. Keith Boucher, the coach at Keene State in his 29th season, led Keene State to their first LEC tournament win in 2017. Winning record all time was the LEC Coach of the Year a few years ago in 2016. And we go over to the UMB side, and it is Christina Baugh. In her 5th season, led UMB to the NCAA tournament in 2018 for the first time. Record of 81-45 has been very, very good for this program since showing up here a couple years ago. The 17-18 Coach of the Year in the LEC, and always has done a great job just getting the most out of her players. So this is a very well-coached team. And, of course, Keith Boucher on the other side has been there a very long time, really established himself as the leader of this program. So two very good coaches here will be going at it today. And we'll see how this turns out. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break here, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes with the teams coming back out on the floor to get started in this one.
The UMass Boston Beacons baseball team, who went 23-15 this year and have consistently been a leader in their conference without having a home field to play on. That will change next season.
I am so happy and excited to join Boston College High School and your wonderful president to celebrate this symbol of our institution's friendship as well as our shared commitment to this special neighborhood. Not only are we thrilled to be building a new ballpark with our neighboring teams and for all of our neighboring teams, but we could not be happier to provide more space. It's not just for us, Father Monin. It's for the youth of Dorchester and South Boston to be able to play as well. So your field will be used by quite a few of us for so many wonderful things.
But my hope is that the sound of the bat, that's so irresistible to us at Fenway Park, will echo through this field and will call further together the academic communities of BC High and of UMB, but especially that it will call together the youthful neighborhood communities of boys and girls who are awaiting it so eagerly.
I can't wait to put those shovels in the ground. Thank you.
5:45 to go. Joseph, the jumper.
Hi, my name's Carl Joseph. I currently a criminal justice major. I'm a senior. I am from Brockton, Massachusetts. In basketball, I play small forward / power forward, and in track, I'm a high jumper. Basketball has always been my first love. The favorite part was probably our win over MIT. Like that was tremendous. I almost came to tears just from where the program has come from when I first came here to where we are now. It's just amazing, and I love it. Honestly, I was recruited for basketball. My high school coach actually emailed the track coach here, and she walked into the gym one day and it was just like, here, you, come talk to me. And I was on the track team. It really wasn't much of a choice. It was a great honor my freshman year, just being able to become an All-American, finishing 4th in my first ever national championship meet. It was quite the time of my life. My junior year, we received our LEC championship rings from our sophomore year. And coming in into my freshman year at UMass, I was able to witness the volleyball team win their championship and the soccer team, and the only thing that I really wanted was a ring of my own.
Here's Joseph knifing through.
Funny thing is, I actually work here as well. I am one of the Zamboni drivers to our men's and women's hockey teams, and that's what I do for part-time. Being a student here at campus, I can honestly tell you, is quite different from anywhere else you could possibly go. Just the student body here is amazing. I mean, the teachers are amazing. All the teachers that I've had never hesitated to help me out in any way that they could have, from extra help to me going into their offices just to talk about what's going on in the classes and just keep me on track. What I want to do when I graduate, I want to go into the police force for a little bit and ultimately end up either working for the Department of Homeland Security or the Department of ICE. It's definitely possible to be a two-sport athlete here at UMass Boston. It's just going to take a little bit of hard work.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to take a quick look at the keys to the game for today's game between the Beacons and Owls. And for the Beacons, we got a few things that we're looking for today. And the big one, we want them to be able to play a well-rounded 40 minutes. They've recently had some games where they win because of a few great stretches of play. But they've had some trouble sort of putting together 4 consecutive really solid quarters.
Yeah, they can't have a quarter where they score in single digits like they did in the last game, and they just put together spurts of offensive, prowess to win the game. They also can't have any lapses defensively against this team. This is a team that they should be able to pressure and, again, force into turnovers. So no lapses on either side of the ball for a Beacons victory today.
Absolutely, and we also look at the bench scoring. Has been a big factor. We're going to take a quick break here for the national anthem. We'll be back in just a moment.
The UMass Boston Beacons baseball team, who went 23-15 this year, and have consistently been a leader in their conference without having a home field to play on. That will change next season.
I am so happy and excited to join Boston College High School and your wonderful president to celebrate this symbol of our institution's friendship, as well as our shared commitment to this special neighborhood. Not only are we thrilled to be building a new ballpark with our neighboring teams and for all of our neighboring teams, but we could not be happier to provide more space. It's not just for us, Father Monin. It's for the youth of Dorchester and South Boston to be able to play as well. So your field will be used by quite a few of us for so many wonderful things.
But my hope is that the sound of the bat, that's so irresistible to us at Fenway Park, will echo through this field and will call further together the academic communities of BC High and of UMB, but especially that it will call together the youthful neighborhood communities of boys and girls who are awaiting it so eagerly.
I can't wait to put those shovels in the ground. Thank you.
welcome back, everybody. We're here again as the starters are about to be announced. And you see the Keene State starters here: Haley DeRosia, Jenny Friedman, Tamara Gagne, Kenzie Bennett, and Jordan Burke. We pointed out Jordan Burke as our player to watch for today's game. And that is your starting lineup for Keene State as we move over to UMB. They'll be announced in just a moment. And our starters for UMB will be Jalani Jackson, Tajay Mazik, Jamie Staples, Joie Grassi, and Sarah St. Surin. Staples, of course, we mentioned, just hit 1,000 career points in the last couple of games. And this is a strong starting five here from the Beacons. We've got a lot of great shooters out there. Even Grassi, who's, of course, mostly a forward, will step out and hit some threes from time to time and tends to get hot once in a while and hit a bunch of threes in a row. And you've got both Grassi and St. Surin down low who can defend and attack in the post. So a tall task for Keene State to deal with here in the early going. We'll see how these starting fives play out for both teams. And we are just about ready to get into this game here. Starters will be coming out onto the court in just a moment. As they go into their final huddle here, we mentioned the Beacons really want to play through the full 40 minutes of this game. We also really want to see them continue the scoring from the bench. We've seen some well-balanced offense from this team, in addition to the star players coming out and having big games. Today we see Alicia Quinones not starting. She can definitely be a threat off the bench. We've seen some other players, Maya Doherty, Carrie-Ann Farina, come out and make some impacts off the bench this season. So definitely an important part of today's game if the Beacons can continue to get that depth from their team. And now we get into the tip. Burke against St. Surin. And we are underway. Gets batted around a few times, ends up with the Owls. And Friedman will take it up the court for the first possession of the game. Coming around the pick, now the ball goes out to DeRosia. Gagne out for Bennett. Keene State not really finding a way through. 7 to shoot here. Now driving in, backing back out towards the three-point line. Burke hits from mid-range. And that's going to be a long two for the first shot of the game.
It's a good opening defensive possession for the Beacons, though, forcing the Owls underneath 10 seconds on the shot clock and forcing Burke to come out of her comfort zone, which is the paint, and take a long two.
For sure. I think that was a very well-defended play, but sometimes good offense just beats good defense. As we go down to the other side, and a three falls for Jalani Jackson. Good start for the Beacons on the offensive side. And between Jackson, Mazik, and sometimes Staples and Grassi, there's so much three-point shooting on this team, as that one is saved towards the Beacons, but it'll be out of bounds anyway, so Beacons get the ball right back.
So a little bit of a late whistle. The Beacons wanted to run.
Yeah.
Turn in for transition right there.
So Jackson takes it up the court here. We're seeing a zone defense look somewhat from Keene State. They're sort of moving in and out of zone and man coverage. Six to shoot. Staples to Grassi for three from the corner. And that one falls as well. So 2 shots, 6 points. About as efficient as you can get.
Great extra pass by Staples as the shot clock was expiring. No panic for the new 1,000-point scorer. Got it over to her counterpart 1,000-point scorer named Joie Grassi for 3.
A drive and a steal there. Knocked away by Grassi. DeRosia thought she had an opportunity to drive there. Mazik pulls up. That one will be short, but St. Surin has it blocked away from her and out of bounds. Beacons will keep possession with 21 to shoot. And this is a great start for UMass Boston so far.
I think Gagne got away with contact there. Let's see if the Beacons can capitalize on the inbounds play here. See if what Christina Baugh has called up for the girls for their first one of the game.
They line up stacked on the high post. Grassi to inbound. Long pass goes out to Mazik. Grassi in the corner. And Grassi's three-point shooting ability is just so important to this team as Staples pulls up and misses that one just a little bit off to the side. The fact that one of their big paint threats can also step out and shoot the three just stretches out defenses to a point where they're very uncomfortable a lot of the time.
And I think Christina Boss kind of game planned the way that we saw things with Jordan Burke as well, putting Sarah St. Cyrin in the paint and allowing Joie Grassi to play more of a 4 position, a stretch 4, instead of having to be the 5 today.
Absolutely. It's working out very well so far, as that's going to be a traveling call on Burke. So the Beacons will get the ball right back. 2 straight turnovers from the Owls on the offensive side. And this is exactly what the Beacons want to see and exactly what the Owls don't. They're giving UMass Boston some free possessions early on, and so far UMB's been able to convert.
That's what we wanted to do, is force them into turnovers and take Jordan Burke out of her comfort zone. Again, outside the paint. This time she travels with it. And the Beacons
Staples gets a pick from Grassi there.
Sorry, this is the 4th straight possession. They're overloading that left side, trying to get, like you said, they're working in and out of a man in a zone, so they're trying to get numbers on that side. And the corner three's there, and if they can penetrate to the middle and have that person slide up corner to wing, the wing three will be there.
And that's going to be some contact there as Jackson drives through 2 people to pass it back out towards the sideline and ends up drawing some contact. So first foul of the game. That's going to be on Haley DeRosia, her first of the game. DeRosia, a freshman in the starting lineup, the only freshman in their starting 5. Grassi in for St. Cyrin, triple covered, and she'll draw some contact as she goes to the rim. So St. Cyrin will get to the free throw line here. And St. Cyrin hits the first one there, 7-2. Has not had a lot of opportunities from the free throw line this year. Goes 2 for 2 this time. So 8-2 is the score. And the Beacons will come out with a press here. DeRosia does well to get it across half court. 22 to shoot still. And the mid-range way off to the side. St. Cyrin will get the rebound. And Friedman had almost too much time there. Sometimes you can be too open. Staples driving in to the corner for Mazik. In for Grassi, was tipped away. Good defensive play by Bennett. And Kenzie Bennett forces the turnover as the Owls take it back. Driving in is Friedman. Mid-range shot from Burke. Not quite, and Jackson will knock that one out of bounds.
On the last Beacons possession, I think that was a forced pass inside, just a little bit more patience. Let Joie readjust if she doesn't have great position.
Yeah, she was certainly well covered that time.
And that ball given to the Beacons, it looked like Jackson hit it out last, but we'll take it.
Mazik comes up with that one in some contact. Now has some open space to her right, and she will draw the foul on the floor. So that is 3 team fouls now. Beacons will get 20 seconds back on the shot clock. And they'll get another chance at an inbound play here as Tamara Gagne gets called for the foul.
That's a bad reach foul. You can see she just swiped at it,
Yeah.
clotheslined her. She needs to move her feet. Risky pass up top by Sarah St. Cyrin. If Jalani Jackson gets caught down low, they need to just hand it back off to her. She's able to reset.
Grassi in some traffic, able to escape and get the ball to Staples. Staples with some space. Quick pass, and now Mazik for 3. Not quite going to fall. St. Cyrin looked like she had the rebound, but it falls out of her hands and out of bounds. Oh, it looks like they're saying it was tipped away. So Beacons will keep the ball, 20 to shoot again.
This is a recipe for disaster for Keene State if you're going to give the Beacons 2 or 3 times every time down the floor to try to convert, and then you go down, you take one shot, and we're coming back the other way.
Staples double teamed on the sideline, looking for the open player on the other side. Now they get it across to Jackson. Jackson to Staples. Grassi for 3. And it goes! Grassi 2 for 2 from long range. And it is 11-2 Beacons here in the first 5 minutes.
With Bennett flying out at her, Grassi able to stay composed and stroke that one. That was a great looking shot.
Yeah, to the Owls' credit, Bennett especially has really been able to close out on Grassi since she hit that first three. They're like, okay, well, your forward can shoot. We're going to defend her. But just not able to get there in time, and Grassi still able to get that shot to fall. As Staples will check out for now, we will see Kaylee Haynes come into the game. So the Owls inbounding here after the first foul on the Beacons in today's game. And just into the game, Leah Pelkey looking for the lay-in right there. Not going to find it. Well defended. Oh, and Mazik almost keeps that one in bounds. Not quite. So we were halfway through this first quarter, and score is 11-2. And we'll get our first time out of the game. So we will take a quick break here with 4:59 to go in the first quarter, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And as the teams come back out onto the floor here, I'll see if there's any changes. Looks like it's going to be the same 5 for each side. So the starting 5 with 1 substitution on each side. Kaylee Haynes in for the Beacons. Leah Pelkey in for Keene State.
Haynes has put in some really good minutes off the bench this last few games stretch for the Beacons. See if she can have an early impact here today.
Jackson covering Gagne. Gagne drives in, underhand layup, not going to go. Good defense from Grassi. Make sure not to foul. Still affects the shot quite a bit.
That's a foul.
And that's going to be a foul from behind as Haynes was trying to drive into the basket. So Haynes draws what will be the 4th foul, so they'll be in the bonus next time.
Yeah, that's a second straight bad foul by Gagne, and she shook her head on both. The first one, she clotheslined the girl going to the basket, and that one, I mean, reach from behind and you slap the arm, that's a foul every time. I don't know what she doesn't understand.
And that's going to be Lily Schleiman coming in for Gagne. And that's going to be another foul already. This one is going to be on Jordan Burke. That is her first of the game, and that is into the bonus now. Joie Grassi will go to the line. And the first one falls. So 12-2, the lead has expanded to double digits. And Grassi goes 2 for 2. We'll get a substitution here as Jackson will check out of the game, and Jamie Staples will come back in. And they'll come in with the full court press here. DeRoja gets through it, looking for some offense. Open opportunity for Pelkey, which is pretty far away, so she will offload to Friedman. Friedman out to Burke. Still just working it around the perimeter, not really able to find any space inside. Back out to the perimeter for Pelkey. 8 to shoot. Pass comes over here to Schleiman. Schleiman to Pelkey for 3. And that one falls. So it is the 4s and 5s hitting 3s that is most of the offense in this game so far as Pelkey buries that one. Oh, and a collision in the paint there. Looked like everyone just going for the ball, and Staples ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. So that's the second foul for Staples here in the first quarter. Those are the only 2 fouls on the Beacons, though. DeRoja over for Ariana Hebert, who just came into the game here. Hebert takes some contact from Staples, puts it in anyway off the glass. 13-7 now as Keene State starts to get their offense going a little bit. Mazik driving in, passes back out to Staples. Mazik in the corner. Pulls up from mid-range just outside the paint. Not quite going to fall. And Keene State will get the ball back. Hebert, fouled by Grassi. And that'll be the 3rd foul for the Beacons this quarter.
The Owls are trying to go inside to Burke. The Beacons are doing a really great job of defending the perimeter and keeping everything out beyond the 3-point line. And the Owls, they're thinking of doing as their second option, they're trying to go baseline and then have one of the wings drop in as the defense turns her back, trying to get something easy in the middle. But the Beacons have done a pretty good job of even cutting off the baseline in that pass. So we'll just keep an eye on that as the game goes along.
Good pick and roll play off the ball right there. Sets up an open shot for DeRoja, but she's not able to hit it. So Beacons will get the ball back up by 6. Maya Doherty is into the game for the first time. Jalani Jackson is back into the game. Saved right to Haynes. Haynes goes up, draws the foul, and she'll go to the free throw line. So good offensive board from Kaylee Haynes.
And there's an impact that she's having because Beacons have been without a basket for a couple minutes now, from the floor at least, so this is a good opportunity to see the ball go in the hoop again.
We got 2.5 left to play here in the first quarter. UMB up 13-7 on Keene State.
Yeah, 5-0 run by the Owls, so try to stop that here.
And that one's going to be a little bit long on the first free throw attempt from Haynes. And the second one falls. So Beacons double up once again, 14-7. A couple of subs coming in as we see Gianna Williams come into the game for the first time. Sarah St. Cyrin comes back in as well. So a lot of height out there on the floor now. Grassi will take a break for the moment. And Schleiman has really been very aggressive on the offensive side since coming into the game to replace Gagne. She'll take a 3 right there, misses a little bit long. Offensive rebound for Keene State. They get it back out to Schleiman, and now over to Hebert. Thought about the 3. Tries to go in on the much taller St. Cyrin. I think that's going to be an offensive foul. Or they may have just called a up and down or travel or something.
Called a jump ball, I believe.
Really? That's interesting. Okay.
I mean, no, the referees didn't go to the table to say there was a foul. I think they called a jump ball, but she got away, or she traveled first, so maybe they just called it a travel.
Yeah, it might just be that.
I didn't see any official really make a signal, but, I mean, she definitely traveled. She had an open player in the corner, too. That was DeRoja. She was standing there screaming for the ball, and Hebert just never saw her.
Yeah, the bench for Keene State have played very aggressive individually, but so far we've seen Hebert have a couple of those plays where she drives in aggressively and maybe makes some space but doesn't find the open player near her.
And that last one, I mean, that was absolutely a force. I mean, she had no space in front of her, dribbled right into St. Cyrin.
Yeah. And now Keene State into the bonus as well, finally. They'll bring in Katie Martineau off the bench, as well as Samantha Adamson. A couple more freshmen, a lot of freshmen on the bench for this team. And we're seeing a lot of them into the game already as Hebert knocks down the first free throw.
Yeah, it's a very young team, only 2 seniors on the roster.
And one of them not playing tonight, so.
And she's
or today, rather. It'll only be Kenzie Bennett on the court today for the seniors.
Yeah, Team Thatch, she's been pretty good against the Beacons the last few years. She's had a good career for the Owls.
And lay-in just misses. Doherty almost got, she did get the rebound, and somehow the ball gets back out to Haynes. Beacon still with possession. Doherty driving in. Just plays it back out to Jackson, and they'll reset. 10 to shoot. Jackson with some help from St. Cyrin. And a foul way out there. And that is a foul you do not need to commit if you are Hebert right there.
I mean, bailed the Beacons out. There's 7 on the shot clock, and they
Yeah.
were 35 feet from the basket.
So now we'll get 2 free throws from Jalani Jackson, their top free throw shooter. Jackson just short of 80% on the year. And she hits the first one here.
The Beacons have really hit an offensive lull since the lineups have switched up. Since that TV timeout that we took, I think it was 11-2 at the break.
Yeah, it was 11-2 halfway through.
And then they've got 1 basket and 4 free throws. So since then, or 3 free throws, excuse me.
On the bright side, the defense is holding up for the Beacons, so they still lead 16-8. Keeping that lead around the same margin despite a bit of a lull here. Almost taken away by Williams. 15 to shoot, 53 to play in the quarter. Shot clock under 10 now as Schleiman looks for some help. Gets a pick from Pelkey. Schleiman will take the 3. That one will miss wide and air balls, so that will go out of bounds. I like the play, but the execution just not quite there on the shooting.
No, not a great possession for the Owls when you need a basket.
Jackson out to Haynes. Haynes for an open 3, just missed that one, rolls in and out. Williams taps it away to Doherty, and the Beacons will get the ball back. Doherty over to Jackson, and the Beacons will reset. 15 to shoot, 22 to go in the quarter. Jackson for Haynes, fakes the 3. Has St. Cyrin in there if she wants. St. Cyrin will go for it and hits it with 8 seconds to go. Beautifully done by the Beacons. They work the entire shot clock down, and that's going to be a foul. That's a needless foul there from Doherty. So with 2.6 to go, we'll see a couple of free throws for Keene State as they'll try to get 1 or 2 more points on the board before the quarter ends.
I mean, that'll absolutely drive you nuts if you're Christina.
Yeah.
Why are you fouling there? You're putting them at the line, and the bonus, just 2.6 seconds left.
And they have not shot the ball very well today. So now we see free throws from Hebert. Misses the first one. Misses the second as well. Rebounded by St. Cyrin. And that'll be it for the first quarter. So Beacons get bailed out on that late foul by Hebert going 0 for 2. Yeah. So nothing doing there. We go into the second quarter with the Beacons with a 10-point lead. They had a very strong start. Fell off a little bit towards the end of that first quarter, but really able to keep their defense solid the whole way through, and they take an 18-8 lead into the second. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment for the start of the second quarter.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Olin Hayes here with Jess Burton for the start of the second quarter. Beacons with a strong first quarter. They lead 18-8. And they will have the ball to start the second. It'll be Grassi out there with Jackson. And the other 3 are Haynes, Williams, and Mazik.
Grassi, a quick break towards the end of that first quarter. Get it right back in there. See if we can get her going here in the second. A leading scorer in the conference.
Grassi has Mazik wide open, takes the three herself instead, just misses. Rebound by Jackson, almost hits it. Grassi somehow keeps it again. Another opportunity, and that one goes off the top of the backboard and out of bounds. So Beacon's getting some offensive rebounds, but the shot's not quite falling on that first possession.
That just shows you why Joie Grassi is as good as she is. She takes the three, gets around the girl who came out to attempt to box her out, and gets in there, offensive rebound, got her team an extra shot.
For Keene State, it is Martineau out there with DeRosia and Friedman. And then Burke and Bennett, 4 of the 5 starters. Gagne is still on the bench, replaced by Katie Martineau. And Martineau, a big three-point threat. She'll take this one here, and that one falls. So Martineau improves on her 50% three-point percentage for the year. One of the most consistent three-point shooters in the conference for sure. That is not someone the Beacons can allow to have that much space.
I mean, she shoots double what her team does as a whole. She's by far the best on the team from deep.
Haynes pulls up from the free throw line. That one goes off the back of the rim, and it's going to be rebounded by Bennett after it was tipped around by a few people.
Wow, that's a quick 3 seconds. My
that
goodness.
was, yeah.
It's 22 on the shot clock. You start at 30.
Yeah.
It took her 4 seconds to get the ball over half court. I mean, it was only 3 seconds, I think.
Must be exactly 3 seconds.
That was mighty fast.
That's one of those judgment calls that sort of varies from one ref to the next. You might see an entire game where you don't get it called.
Yeah, you kind of have to let the play, at least develop a little bit.
Yeah.
Gosh.
And there we go, a quick layup from Jackson. And that's something that Jalani Jackson is so good at. She can step out and hit the three. She's a great passer as the point guard. But also, if you leave her a little bit of space, she'll just run in and hit those layups pretty much every time. Definitely something to be aware of when you're facing her. And makes her very hard to defend, someone that quick and with that kind of a passing ability who can also just run by you and score.
Yeah, she's great when she gets into the lane. She's always been used to it since, I'm sure, she's younger. I can't say little because she's still little, but she gets in the lane amongst the big trees. She's able to float it up and over.
Yeah, Jackson coming in at 5'5". A lot of the defenders on her about 5'10" today. Just doesn't seem to care. As this one goes out to Williams. Open three from Mazik, and instead she'll drive in, and she hits the layup. It looked like a tougher shot than the three would have been, but she hits it anyway.
Yeah, good, strong drive.
And these guards, these fast, quick guards who are able to shoot, both able to go in and hit those layups, makes this Beacons offense so terrifying.
There's good self-awareness by Mazik, too. She's missed her first couple of jump shots, so go in go hard to the lane, see if you can get fouled, get an easy one if you get by your defender.
Oh, a good 1-2 play there. And Kenzie Bennett has had a very good game despite the Keene State Owls really struggling across the board. She's played well on defense. She's closed out against Grassi, done her best in the one-on-one with Joie Grassi. She's also had some good plays on offense like that. This time she's able to score. Usually it's been her passing, setting screens. This time that shot will miss and be rebounded by DeRosia. But yeah, Bennett, certainly we mentioned also the only senior playing in today's game for the Owls. She misses that shot. And the Beacons will take it back the other way. Grassi sets the screen. Staples goes the other way. And a good interception by DeRosia. We'll see if she can get there before Staples. And that should be a free 2 points for DeRosia. Good steal and score for the Owls.
And now you have to have a clean possession if you're the Beacons. You just can't have back-to-back turnovers. Give them any sort of hope that they can crack back into this.
Yeah, the lead sitting at 7 points right now. Still a sizable lead, but certainly something that can be made up pretty quickly if things go wrong. And that's going to be a quick travel on Grassi, and that's not what you want to see for the Beacons.
Yeah, there's the second turnover, back-to-back turnovers, but not sure if that's particularly the correct call. She didn't really have possession there yet. You know, she's still
it didn't look like it to me.
Still fumbling the ball with one hand, and that's not a travel.
A quick drive through the lane, but Friedman not able to hit the layup. So we'll go back the other way. Mazik, 1-on-3, will pull up before she gets into the paint. Williams comes in for the offensive rebound, can't quite get the putback. Almost got another one, but it's taken away by Martineau.
Yeah, she slipped in between three Owls players that just had their eyes on the rebound.
Oh, and that's an unfortunate misplay from the Owls right there. Burke was wide open, just couldn't corral that pass. It was a little too far in front of her. As Williams goes down low, draws the foul, she'll go to the free throw line. Put
a stop to a couple sloppy possessions by both teams.
So yeah, both teams get to reset a bit now. We'll see St. Surin and looks like Rachel Tutkus coming out for the Beacons. Ariana Hebert comes back into the game for Keene State. So Owls 15, Beacons 22. Gianna Williams looking to extend that lead from the free throw line. First one a little bit short. Almost rolls in, but it'll bounce out. So now looking to make this an 8-point lead. And she hits the second. So 1 of 2 from the line is Williams, and she'll check out of the game now as Rachel Tutkus checks in. So it is Tutkus out there with Staples, Jackson, Mazik, and St. Surin. Grassi sitting for now. Bennett thought about the 3, drives in, now finds Hebert out wide. 10 to shoot. Down low, 1-on-1, and that will be a foul drawn by Adamson. Samantha Adamson, the freshman, will at least get to the foul line now as she was working 1-on-1 with St. Surin and draws the contact. Referees have had a quick whistle today across the board. That was probably a foul there, but certainly we've seen pretty much anything that's questionable one way or the other has gone the way of a foul. And the first free throw from Adamson will be a little bit long. And not just with fouls. We even saw it with the quick 3-second violation, a couple of very quick traveling calls. Referees real quick on the whistles today.
Sorry, the Beacons are fortunate that the Owls can't hit free throws.
Yeah, that is one of their biggest weaknesses statistically. They're shooting across the board, but especially their free throw percentage. Really struggling this season, shooting under 60% as a team, 8th out of 9 in the LEC at 59.2%. And that is another quick lay-in from Jalani Jackson.
Yeah, she's going to continue to be aggressive. I think she can get to the basket every time.
Halfway through the second quarter now, lead is back up to 10 points for the Beacons. Martineau looking for a 3, and that is their go-to play when they want to get a 3 off. But Martineau, their top 3-point shooter, airballs that one as Adamson goes for the putback, and that was going to be knocked out of bounds by Tutkus. And that will be a timeout, so we'll take a quick break here with 4:45 to go here in this second quarter. And we'll be back in just a minute. Beacons up 25-15 on the Owls.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Hello again, everybody. Olin Hayes back here with Jeff Burton as we come out of the timeout. Beacons up 10, Owls with the ball. Hebert will take it out of bounds. She is out there with Martineau, DeRoja, and Adamson, who will get the ball, along with Kenzie Bennett. 15 to shoot for Keene State. Staples goes down. Player wide open down low was Martineau. Now they get it back out to Hebert. Staples back up. Pick set. Beacons will switch. 4 to shoot. Martineau's got to take it. Misses the rim. That'll be a shot clock. So, good defensive possession from the Beacons. 20 seconds on the shot clock after that timeout, and they defend it very well. Ends up with just a last-moment drive from Martineau. Layup from a little too far away to take a layup. And she misses the rim entirely, so Beacons will get the ball back.
That's a great defensive possession out of a timeout. awful offensive possession out of a timeout.
Yes.
Couldn't get anything going. They're trying to go inside, especially with Joey out, because Sarah's not the strongest post defender, but she just takes up so much space with her length, her long arms in there, that they cannot get it inside to her.
And she's not the strongest post defender compared to Joie Grassi.
Right,
But she's
exactly,
still
yeah.
more than strong enough to defend the post in this game
I'm
so far. She's done a
not trying
great
to
job.
take anything away from her. I'm just that's what they're trying to attack now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's the three. Kenzie Bennett showing up from long range. Making an effort to keep her team in the game here. And she has had a tough task of guarding both Grassi and St. Cyrin today, as well as trying to help down low when the guards come in for layups.
She's going to be worn out.
Yeah. I don't think she's left the court yet, actually.
That was a great screen by St. Cyrin.
Wide open is Jackson. And hits the three. It is back to a 10-point lead, 28-18, and that'll prompt a timeout. Keene State, great opportunity there. They got the quick three. They were defending well. All of a sudden, complete defensive breakdown. They leave Jalani Jackson wide open at the three-point line. And that is the best three-point shooter on the team. Jalani Jackson, 37.5%. This brings it to 28-18 as we get another timeout. Take a look at this replay here. Bennett just a quick three. Not much you can do to defend that at that point if you're not expecting it. But then the other side, just all the room in the world. And this is why I question sort of the Keene State defensive philosophy. They still sort of go back and forth between a 2-3 zone and regular man coverage. And I can see how that would work really well if you're all on the same page all the time.
Well, the original
but it's just so hard to do that.
And the original defender there could never get back into the play. She got screened by
Yeah.
St. Cyrin, who held the screen long, which was exactly what she needed to do, and then rolled hard to the basket, getting those perimeter defenders that were guarding the smaller girls. They dropped down to try to help because they knew they were a man down at that point, and it left all that space for Jackson to shoot it.
And that is a good layup, fading away by Lily Schleiman. And Schleiman has played really well on offense other than shooting so far, but has missed a couple of open shots. Staples misses the three off the rim there. And that's sort of been the thing for Keene State. A couple of them are playing really well individually. A couple of them are making good passes. But they're not really able to get that synergy going. And then when they finally do, a lot of the shots just aren't there for them. As that was an easy layup for Hebert. Instead, she tries to force it over to Burke, trying to get it to the bigger body in the paint, but just not able to do anything with it. And Mazik will take the three. That one just missed, bounces in and out. So going back the other way, opportunity for DeRosia, and that one will fall. So the lead is at its smallest point of the day since the first couple minutes. 28-22, Beacons up by 6.
And Beacons just flat out got beat down the floor right there. There were two Owls ahead of the play, ahead of everybody in a white jersey. Have to do better in transition.
Staples out wide for Jackson.
Jelani, be ready to shoot that.
They're back into their zone now. Grassi driving in. Just missed. Almost hit that. Oh, and I'm trying to keep it in bounds, but not quite. So Beacons lose the ball. Staples will check out. Kaylee Haynes comes back in.
It's a big possession for both teams.
For sure. If the Beacons can get a stop here, go back and bring it back to an 8 or 9 point lead again, that looks really good for them. But potential will bring this to a 3 or 4 point game if you're the Keene State here. They've got 10 to shoot and haven't found anything yet, though. Hebert looking out wide. Bennett driving in. Misses it completely, and Grassi's there for the rebound. Good defense by the Beacons, and the Owls just look a little clueless when they're trying to set up plays.
Yeah, nobody's really taking direction. They're just kind of dribbling absent-mindedly around the three-point line. And then, I mean, you're wasting 20 seconds before you're even trying to go towards the basket instead of just going east-west.
Now going the other way, DeRosia gets the steal. Can she get the one-on-one? Does lean back out of the way of Jade Wint, who is out there now on defense for the Beacons. So DeRosia, another steal, brings it down to a 4-point game. We'll see if the Beacons can score here.
Owls playing the game the Beacons wanted to, forcing them into turnovers and capitalizing in transition. That's an offensive foul.
That is an offensive foul indeed. Hebert goes down. And now an opportunity to bring this into a one-possession game for Keene State.
way this game started out, never thought we'd be in a 2-point game or a 4-point game, possibly a 2-point or 1-point game at halftime.
This is 34 seconds to go in the half. Owls are down 4, and they have possessions. So we'll take a quick look at the replay here. And just no way the Beacons were going to be able to get back and stop that. And that is something that Haley DeRoja has done very well these last few minutes. She's gotten out in transition, getting that steal right there as well. Able to just get forward, get past the Beacons. And a good job to lean out of the way of Jade Wint, make sure there was no defense on the play. So back in play here. Keene State can almost hold for the last shot. If they hold till the end of the shot clock, Beacons will have about 3 seconds to work with at most.
Could have stolen that pass. That was a lazy bounce pass.
And a quick 3 from Bennett, and that will fall. It's a 1-point game. Bennett hitting her second 3 of the quarter. 8 seconds to go in the half. Jackson draws the foul. With 1.3 to go, she'll get a chance to expand it back to a 2 or 3 point lead before the half.
These are big free throws. Get some of that
For
momentum
sure.
back because the Owls can feel it.
And we'll get Jenny Friedman checking back into the game for these final moments here. Have a slightly better rebounder out there. Jackson's first free throw will fall.
If she misses this one, you cannot foul on the rebound. Just
Yeah.
let them get the rebound.
Jackson's second. And that one falls as well. So 1.3 to go. We'll see if the Owls go for anything on here. Might as well.
What a catch.
Wow. That was an impressive play there. Friedman not quite able to hit the long 3, but it was worth a shot. So we will go into the halftime break with UMass Boston up by just 3 over the Keene State Owls. Took a big lead early. Sort of fell apart near the end of the first quarter, start of the second. And just not able to get that offense back rolling. But the defense has still been strong. Keene State has been starting to put things together on the offensive side. We'll see how it all plays out when we come back for the third quarter. We're going to take a break for a few minutes. We'll be back with some stats and highlights. Don't go anywhere.
What's really unique, I think, here is that we're really encouraged to not just do research, but to do research that really improves people's lives and solves problems.
Society has really never had to deal with a problem as complex as dealing with climate change before.
Climate Ready Boston is our data-driven approach to climate change and how we can make sure the city of Boston is prepared for the next 100 years. By leveraging the expertise of UMass Boston and Paul and Ellen, we've been able to take the very best science on sea level rise and translate that into a vulnerability assessment. Really what we've relied on them for is their technical expertise and really helping us understand what the science is saying to help us understand what we need to do next, both from a policy perspective, but then also in terms of projects and financing as well.
UMass Boston actually has a long history of working on environmental problems. One of the earliest programs was working in the cleanup of Boston Harbor in the 80s, and that was actually the genesis for the eventual School for the Environment. We started this program in green chemistry, and we're the first university to offer a PhD in that. And then also the School for the Environment is now working in Nantucket and Gloucester and other places around the world.
I was giving a talk a couple of falls ago for this group called,
Hello, everyone. Olin Hayes here with Coach Christina Baugh. Now, Coach, interesting first half. Took a big lead early on. Started to fall apart towards the end. It's now a really close game. What are your thoughts after that super strong start coming back into a 3-point game at the half?
Yeah, we just have to sustain that type of energy. We also have to contain the 3. That's what they want to do. They want to shoot 35 threes a game. So I don't think we did a good job letting them go 4 of 8, and a lot of them being with defense. So we have to do a better job of making them a little bit uncomfortable with the ball and containing the 3, and then we got to start the third quarter the way we started the half.
And at the start of the game, we saw a lot of 3-point shooting from your team. Joie Grassi hitting some threes. We saw Mazik and Jackson taking some as well. Is that something that you think you wanted to keep up and they defended it better, or did it just sort of move away from that strategy?
I don't know if that was the strategy. We want to take uncontested shots. So I feel like every time we're getting reversal, we're getting that shot. So we have to do a better job of recognizing between the layup or trying to get reversal.
And so we saw a lot of really strong defense in the paint early on, and we saw the Owls start to break through that a little bit towards the end. Is that something you really need to focus on in the second half, or are you looking more towards the perimeter still?
Yeah, we got to do a little bit of everything, right? It has to all work together. But, our minis are getting posted up. We got to get in front, and then we have to do a better job on the perimeter, and hopefully we come out with one right here.
All right, great. Thanks to you. We'll see you after the game.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just a moment with some stats and highlights, and then the second half.
So I graduated in 2011, and I went to St. Anselm College in Manchester, New Hampshire. I was going to study criminal justice, put down ball, really just focus on books. And I got the tuition statement the following year, and I had a $16,000 gap. Of course, coming from the city, your parents can't afford that, and decided to go to Mass Bay Community College, where I met a coach and athletic director that saw me in the gym shooting one day and asked me if I could help to foster and put a team together. It was tough. I mean, there were days where we had to go to the cafeteria and literally speak to young ladies about fielding and being a part of a vision that we really didn't know how far it was going to go. But, we had 10 the first year. Of course, there were 5 that were really just there if someone got injured, and then you had 5 solid players. But it was a journey that taught me that, persistence and hard work is just a step in actually believing in a vision that was bigger than myself. And after the 2 years of playing, although we weren't successful in getting to the tournament, we had gotten to a level where we were 8-2 in our conference. And I played for 2 years, did pretty well there, and really ignited and wanted to continue to pursue playing ball. When I went in my last year of Mass Bay, I had went on a visit to Bentley, went through that process, and was going to take the step in beginning my time at Bentley. August, right before I was going to move in, 2 weeks prior to it, I had an injury on a basketball court where I went to go play with some friends, took an elbow to the eye, and I woke up in the hospital. An eye injury that caused my retina to be cut, and I had a really bad concussion, and the rest of the story. I had to take time off. I had to get back into the flow of things, and I wasn't confident in playing. I wasn't confident in coming back to school. So I decided to do 2 years of AmeriCorps, just gaining experience, getting back into exercising because I lost part of my memory, as well as basic function. So I did a year of PT, and then I was like, I'm not ready to go back to school. So I decided to do a couple years of community service. So I served at Freedom House. It's located in Grove Hall in Dorchester, Massachusetts. And we served high school and college students, really helping them with college preparation, ensuring that they had job placement, and really just being an emotional support for them. Really much so what I desired and needed when I was younger, and was able to have through those aunts and uncles, those mentors. I was able to now be in that position. So it's pretty funny because I have always been someone that if I start something, I want to complete it. And I knew that I was so far along with getting my degree. And I always remember before my grandmother passed that my goal and my dream was to make sure that I passed the stage, whether she was here or not. So that was really what my driving force behind it was. And I would say I reached out to Coach in sometime in 2018. And I said, Coach, I'm interested in getting back in the flow of things. I've had an injury. I'm training, just trying to get back into the process of getting back into my confidence. I came for one of the clinics that they had and got a chance to meet the team, just play, did some drills, and get a handle on what it was and the expectation. And I knew if I came to the clinic, at least I would get a little taste of what the program, the expectations were. And then I came in and talked to her this past August, and, she encouraged me that, you're a little older. I'm also looking for leadership, but I'm going to take this chance. And, I am completely privileged and honored to be in the position that I'm in now, where I get to learn and I get to grow. And I feel like I'm a baby starting back over again and developing confidence and getting the rust off. But it's definitely not pulling me back because I know I have teammates and I have a staff that supports me. So it's encouraging. I think it was more mental than anything. I knew that I could run. I've always, and I say this humbly, I've always had athleticism, but I think it was weird at first to be in a space where I knew, oh my gosh, I'm like 6, 7 years older than most of my teammates. But what I loved is that, you know, they welcomed me with open arms and we could have conversation. I was transparent from the first day of practice. And as we got to know each other and grow, I realized the level of maturity is not based on age, but it's really based on being open, and everyone's in a different space in their experience within this journey, and then also us being teammates. So it's very encouraging to hear and you know, grow and learn.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center here in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Olin Hayes here with Jess Burton as we take a look at some of the halftime stats. And the field goal percentage a little low on the Beacon side as we look at these numbers here. Of course, one of the biggest things that stands out, the 17% free throw shooting for Keene State. The Beacon's still in the lead thanks to out-rebounding and, of course, that free throw shooting. They are 10 for 12. Keene State 1 of 6 from the line, both with a little too high turnover numbers. Not the cleanest first half across the board.
No, it's not, and especially for the Beacons, they jumped out to such a big lead. They've, you know, kind of shot themselves in the foot here, allowing the Owls to get back in it with that poor shooting. They've only made 8 shots from the field, and 4 of those are triples. So, I mean, they're getting shots around the rim, too, on offensive rebounds. They're sometimes resulting in free throws, but sometimes resulting in misses, and they have to make those if they want to, you know, keep the small lead that they have now. At halftime.
Yeah, they led by as many as 11 points, kept the lead around 8 to 10 for a long time before the Owls were able to close it near the end of that first half. So we take a look at some of the team leaders from these two sides today so far. Jalani Jackson leads the way in today's game with 14 points. Kenzie Bennett leading the way for the Owls with 8. Next up is DeRoja with 6 for the Owls. Grassi with 8 for the Beacons. And across the board, St. Surin looking really good on the board so far. 4 rebounds. DeRoja, surprisingly, the leader on the other side, point guard with 3 rebounds. Not a whole lot of assists or steals for anyone in particular. We did see the 2 steals leading to immediate baskets for DeRoja. Staples has been passing the ball well so far. She leads the way in the game with 4 assists. No one else has more than 2.
Just want Jalani Jackson to stay aggressive. We mentioned one of her takes to the basket. I think she can get by her defender and get to the basket almost every time if she really wants to, especially if she can use the screen when Christina Baugh goes to the 2-center set of big, having St. Surin and Grassi in there together. Have one of them come up and set the screen, have the other one stay on the block, and have Jalani go the other way and see if that defender comes over to help. If Jalani gets by her defender, there will be a pass open for the other center or forward, whatever you want to call him, or Jackson can take it herself.
And Jackson's so good in those situations, those quick layup opportunities. It forces you to decide whether you want to just leave the guard one-on-one with her or if you want to send help defense, leave her an open player to pass to. So we're going to take a look at some highlights now from the first half. And we'll see a lot of threes here from the very beginning of this game. And that was really the key story early on was Jalani Jackson hitting these threes, then Grassi hitting some as well. And this is what makes the Beacons offense so good. You see that extra pass from Staples. That was a great pass to Joie Grassi. And then she comes back down the court about a minute or two later. She's open again. This time Bennett able to close her out pretty quickly, but Grassi hits the 3 right over her anyway. They do come back to the other side, though, and we see the immediate 3 response from Leah Pelkey. Do not expect the backup center to come in and shoot a 3. Of course, St. Surin in the paint has been pretty solid in there. We have not seen as much of her on the offensive side. She's been defending the paint well on the other side of the court. And then that quick 3 from Martineau. And that really a big, important thing for Keene State. They're 4 of 8 from the three-point line so far. They have a very low three-point percentage this year. They're shooting extremely well from long range today, despite not as many opportunities as they usually take. See Mazik here driving in between 4 players on the defensive side. And then we started to see the Owls really getting back into this game near the end of the first half. We saw that really nice give-and-go play with Bennett going to the basket, getting the pass from Friedman. And DeRosia did this a couple of times, the steal, taking it all the way back down the court. And then it was Jalani Jackson really who kept the Beacons in the lead near the end of that first half. We saw her make a couple of big plays, had that layup, another quick layup in transition, and then this time she was left all alone from three-point land. Buries that one, and she even hit the 2 free throws at the end of the half to bring the lead back to where it is now, 30-27. But we saw this again. DeRosia, another scoop and score. And then the 3 there near the end for Bennett. So we'll take a quick look around the LEC here. Southern Maine and WestCon are at the half there. Southern Maine with a 13-point lead. Rhode Island College absolutely taking down Plymouth State without too much trouble. That is the number 1 team in the conference against the number 9 team out of 9. So no surprise there, but still a pretty extreme score, 46-12. And UMass Dartmouth and Castleton will be starting in just a few minutes. And we'll look around Beaconville today. 3 other games will be happening around here later today. Men's basketball will host Keene State's men's team at 3 p.m. We'll be here with you for that one as well. Men's hockey next door, hosting New England College at 4 p.m. And women's hockey's on the road at Suffolk. That'll be at 5:30. So you can tune into those games when we're done here. And the upcoming schedule for this Beacons team, they play on the 29th at Southern Maine. These next 3 games are all conference games. Then February 1st at EastCon, and then February 5th back here at home against WestCon. 3 big conference games as we get into the later part of this conference season. Beacons currently are in 3rd place at 5-3, but they have a win on Rhode Island College, the number 1 team, and they've won 5 of their last 6 games, including 4 of 5 conference games. So if they can keep up that stretch here, and if they can hold on for a win today, they'll certainly be in good position going into the postseason, especially after showing that they're capable of taking down that number 1 team.
Yeah, they're going to need to try to keep pace with Rhode Island College. And how about that score? 46 points for Rhode Island College at halftime today. Yeah. The Beacons held them to 44 in the game in the win the other day. That shows how good the Beacons can be defensively. That shows today's score how good the Anchor Women can be offensively. What a great matchup, and I think that'll probably be the conference championship, we got to hope.
Yeah, if the Beacons can go in as the 3 seed, it would likely be them against EastCon in the semifinals. And if they can get past that, Rhode Island College certainly looks unstoppable to most of this conference. As the first shot of the 3rd quarter will completely whiff there from DeRosia.
Now, if I was the Beacons, I would be extremely aggressive guarding the perimeter now. They've hit 4 threes. Who cares if you foul? They've made 1 of 6 free throws.
That is true.
So if you're sending them to the line early on in the quarter, that may be better than letting them shoot threes when they come down on some certain possessions.
Yeah, until they show you that they can hit free throws, you don't really need to fear that very much. The team just 1 of 6 from the free throw line in the first half.
Yeah, so be handsy out here, aggravate them, make the officials make calls. If you frustrate them around the perimeter, they're not going to want to take shots from out there. They're going to try to give it up as soon as they get it. Staples has to come over and close off weak side.
Yeah, that was a good high pass, but no help defense in time for the Beacons. Tamara Gagne finally back out on the court. She sat most of the first half after 2 early fouls, but she's back out there and she scores the first 2 points of the second half. Grassi driving in, finds St. Cyr, and it slips through her hands, and the ball goes back the other way. Owls with a chance to take their first lead since 20 seconds into this game. Bennett hands off to DeRosia.
You got to find her.
Grassi almost intercepted that one. Bennett under the basket. No way she can get around Grassi from there. Good defense, and the Beacons will take the ball back.
That's good recovery. She was open, had time, did Bennett down low.
Mazik. Oh, that's an offensive foul. Looked like a good screen from St. Cyrin, but... Friedman went down hard, and height differences often lead to fouls. St. Cyrin at 6'4", Friedman at 5'8". So that is going to be the first foul of this second half. Ball will go back over to Keene State. And that one rolls into the basket eventually. So Jenny Friedman hits the layup, and the Owls have their first lead since the first minute of this game. Remember, the Beacons led this game 11-2 early on.
Yeah, obviously it's a 13-2. It's a 29-17 run.
Now coming back the other way, Owls trying to expand the lead. Burke hits it again, and just no transition defense from the Beacons.
You got to think, it's silly to say.
That'll be an immediate timeout.
A 31-17 run, but you think about that, they almost have them doubled up since the opening stretch for the Beacons. So
the Beacons came out so strong. They hit a few threes. They defended perfectly for the first 5 minutes of the game, and then they came out of that first timeout. The Owls started to get things together slowly but surely, and now here they are with a 3-point lead a couple minutes into the second half.
And I don't know if the Beacons lost focus halfway through that first quarter, but that's where it seemed to kind of the rails fell off a little bit, or they fell off the rails a little bit. And like you said, it's been a slow burn for the Owls to get back in it. But
they've not come out firing on all cylinders or anything. They have just slowly worked their way in, figured out how to score points, scored some in transition, a lot of points in transition.
The Beacons' inability to make shots and some silly turnovers. Man, didn't think we'd be in this spot here.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a surprise after how this game started. It was so dominant for UMB. Now Keene State up 33-30 a couple minutes into the second half, prompting the timeout from Coach Baugh right away. And they're having some fun on the bench back there.
Don't need saran wrap for the hand and the iPhone anymore. That just sticks there automatically.
So we will come back out of the timeout.
It's a waste of saran wrap.
Beacons have the ball. Kaylee Haynes will come back out onto the court. Haynes played well in a lot of ways on offense, but was not hitting her shots in the first half. Ended the first half with just 1 point. So we'll see if she's able to make more of an impact shooting the ball here in the second. They forgot about St. Cyrin for a moment, and now a good extra pass out to Mazik, and she hits the three. First three of the day for Mazik after going 0 for 2 in the first half. And that's a big three-pointer to tie the game.
I'll say that's a huge shot for Tajay and just the Beacons as a whole.
And I love that play there. St. Cyrin just sort of snuck down to the baseline. They left her all alone, and then when the ball came to her, the entire team flocked to her. And it left Mazik wide open for three. But now Bennett scores at the other side. So Owls take the lead back. Poked away from Jackson.
Remember how at the beginning of the game the Beacons were overloading one side and really making the defense switch players in that man zone sort of thing?
Yeah.
I think
they've
gotten
stopped
away
doing
from
that. Yeah. It was working very well. That's a travel. Yep. So that is going to be a traveling call on Jordan Burke. Beacons will get the ball back. They trail by 2, 6:40 to go, third quarter. Grassi out to Jackson. Jackson hits the three. And some great passing in that possession. So 2 straight possessions where the Beacons really do a lot right, passing the ball around, finding some open spots.
There you go. You got 2 good shots, 2 open threes. Got the lead back twice.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Yeah, they got to keep. I like that play. Penetrate and kick, draw the defense, and find the open player on the outside.
And a good layup right there from Haley DeRoja. She has really stepped up after a rough start to this game. And now an attempted steal on the press. Left the Beacons with an extra player for just a moment. Now back to a regular 5-on-5. Grassi trying to set the screen. Jackson finds Mazik out wide. Mazik had Jackson wide open. Grassi gets the offensive rebound. Not quite going to fall. Does it again and ends up losing it.
Oh, they can't hit from around the rim. God, our shooting percentage from in the paint must be terrible right now.
That's going to be a jump ball, it looks like.
Got it. The frustration builds when layups don't go.
Yeah, definitely frustrating. You look at the numbers from the first half, Keene State actually outscored the Beacons in the paint 12-8. And just 8 points in the paint is not something you want to see with how many shots and opportunities they got down low. And some of their best scorers usually just not able to get those finishes. So now St. Cyrin will sit. Gianna Williams comes back out. Beacons trail by 1 with the ball. Mazik out to Jackson. Mazik one-on-one. Finds Haynes. Good quick pass. Haynes was not really open, but sometimes you can pass somebody open.
Nice job.
And Haynes gets her own rebound and puts it in. That was a great play all around.
Yeah, she could have handed it off to Joey, but decided to take it herself. I like the aggressiveness and the confidence by the freshman in her own game.
Also, Grassi's had a little bit of trouble around the rim. We saw it, last possession. We've seen it all day. Not looking like her usual self. She's shooting well from outside, but not hitting those usual layups that she gets on a regular basis. So I like the decision from Haynes. She's able to get on the board, her first field goal of the day. Up to 3 points total now, 1 of 2 from the free throw line.
Yeah, we were talking at halftime that Beacon's bench scoring has been kind of
non-existent, really. It was 2 points in the first half. As Grassi almost gets a 3-point opportunity. Oh, did that get called offensive?
No, he thought about it and then went down to the hip for the blocking call.
Yeah, he certainly took a minute to make up his mind on that one. But this will be free throws for Joie Grassi.
He reared his fist back like he was going to go the other way for a charge.
Yep. But that will lead us to a timeout. We have 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this third quarter. The score is 39-38 in favor of Keene State, and the Beacons will have the ball when we get back. Joie Grassi shooting 2. Got a nice little freeze frame for you to look at. Yeah, we'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Yeah, they got to keep. I like that.
One of the players from the men's hockey team here.
Defense, find an open player on the
having some fun before his game today. They play in a couple of hours at 4 p.m. She has really stepped up after a rough start to this game. And now an attempted steal on the fast on the press.
Staff right there.
Oh yeah. Left the Beacons with sometimes you just gotta get taped up. Moment. Now back to a regular 5-on-5. Grassi trying to set the screen. They're still running, by the way. This is a replay, but they're still running, both of them. Mazik had Jackson wide open. Grassi gets the offensive rebound. Not quite going to fall. Does it again and ends up losing it.
Oh, they can't hit from around.
Anyway, we'll take a look around Beaconville during this break. Men's basketball hosting Keene State at 3 p.m. We'll both be on commentary for that as well, so you can stay tuned in here. Men's hockey.
Got it. Frustration.
Featuring 100% less Saran wrap. Will be playing at 4 p.m. next door. Definitely frustrating. Women's hockey on the road at Suffolk later today as well. So 4 teams in action total. Beacons trying to get off to a good start here. Not something you want to see with how many shots and opportunities they got down low. And some of their best scorers usually just not able to get those finishes. So now St. Cyrin will sit. Gianna Williams comes back out. All right, so Grassi looking to tie this game. And she does, so now she'll look to put the Beacons in front once again. Score tied at 39 right now.
And back and forth we go here early on in the third.
Oh, and that one misses. Williams looking for the rebound, not going to find it. Good job by Pelkey to get the rebound and get the ball out of danger. So in the first half, we had 0 ties and 1 lead change. We've already surpassed that in this by quite a bit. And a big block from Williams. Gianna Williams stuffs that one out. Now Mazik pulls up from mid-range. Not going to fall. Grassi looking for the rebound, not quite going to find it. And she'll get called for the over-the-back foul. Some good defense there, but an offensive rebound. And that's just a mistake all around. Not being fully aware as DeRoja gets her own rebound.
I mean, you have to box out.
In the middle of 4 Beacons. So a 41-39 lead. Keene State back in front.
I feel like those are the lapses that we discussed that the Beacons can't afford.
Yeah, those kind of plays just really add up over time, and they really hurt on the scoreboard as we see Hebert check into the game for Friedman.
I just noticed over the last few years that against opponents that they think are lesser opponents, sometimes the Beacons do lose focus at times and just don't make simple plays like a box out around the rim when you have a 4-man advantage there.
Yeah, exactly.
But I feel like when they play a team like Rhode Island College, those mistakes don't happen. They're so
Yeah, they
locked
know
in.
they have to be on their game the whole time, so they are.
But that if we had half of that at times,
yeah,
we'd have more success. You know, they just got to really focus in. If you treat every opponent the same, you shouldn't have those lapses.
Schleiman forces it up, almost falls. Good rebound by Grassi. Coming the other way in transition, Haynes with Mazik. Mazik will escape with the ball. Doesn't quite work out as planned, but they'll hold on to possession. Still 17 on the shot clock. Mazik has Williams out wide, takes it in herself. Pass was blocked and now taken away by Hebert. In transition, covered by Jackson. Hebert double teams, gets it out wide. Schleiman, back out to Hebert. Hebert driving in, and that's a travel. So that one will not count. Beacons will get the ball back down by 2. She didn't like that call. I wasn't 100% sure about it either. But
I disagree entirely. I don't think that was a travel. Beacon's got to be better down here, though. You can't dribble into the defense like the last possession and just throw it into their hands. Wide open.
There we go.
Yep.
Good pass into Gianna Williams.
Yeah, I mean, if the back line of Keene State's going to play up around the block instead of a step beneath it, then that's going to be open. Draw the defense, get in the middle. There. Drop it down behind them. I mentioned the opponent a minute ago. You can't take Keene State lightly. They've won 2 in a row as well, so you know they're feeling good about themselves, playing much better now than they did early in the year.
And those are wins against teams that are probably in the playoff picture. UMass Dartmouth and WestCon. 2 decent teams that they are fighting for playoff position with. And after a rough start to this season and a really bad out-of-conference schedule across the board, as Mazik just misses that 3. Keene State has looked better recently. Of course, the Beacons also very hot as well, coming in winning 5 out of 6. So now we have a tie game with 1:39 to go in the third quarter. 41-41. Owls have the ball on their offensive end, 24 on the shot clock. And we'll get a quick timeout here. So we'll take a break. Owls will have the ball when we come back. Game all tied up 41-41, 1:39 to play.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Kick ball there on the inbounds pass.
Yeah, we come back out to an inbound pass. They'll lead to another inbound pass 1 second later. So Hebert to inbound once again. This time DeRoja, quick 3, and that one won't quite fall. In and out, good rebound by Williams. Coming the other way, Grassi and Mazik in transition. They don't go for it. Haynes gets a pick from Williams. Driving in. Gianna Williams wide open. Just missed. It's going to be a rebound for Leah Pelkey.
Yeah, she doesn't take many threes. I like the shot, though.
Yeah, she had all the space.
Yeah, I like the confidence.
Schleiman, hits a 3 at the other side, and that is big for Keene State. Lily Schleiman has been a key player for them off the bench today. Came in early on and played most of the first half in place of Tamara Gagne. Now under a minute to go, third quarter. Jackson, long layup, nice little floater there. Beacons back within 1. And the pass goes through the legs of Schleiman. A little bit low on the pass. Schleiman probably could have come up with it, but pass could have been a little higher as well.
A total unforced error by the Owls. The
Absolutely.
Got to capitalize here. Let's see if they can get the lead.
39.2 in the third quarter. They trail by 1. Jackson out there with Staples, Grassi, Williams, and Haynes. In for Grassi, Staples for 3, and it falls. Jamie Staples hits the 3. Shot clock is turned off. Beacons lead by 2 with just over 20 seconds to go in the third quarter.
And a usual bench player getting the start today. She's always been a spark off the bench for these Beacons and giving them one right there.
Hebert just making whatever she can happen. The offensive rebound does come through, though, for Bennett, for Adamson, rather, who's out there now.
Gotta get it in.
Adamson puts it in. Full court heave from Jackson won't fall, and we have a tie game through 3 quarters. So we got 10 minutes left in regulation. This one's 46-46. We will take a quick break here for the end of the third quarter. We'll be back with you for the last 10 minutes of this one in just a couple minutes.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the start of the fourth quarter. Olin Hayes here with Jess Burton as we are ready for the final 10 minutes of what has been a surprisingly very close game. DeRosia out wide for Martineau, just missed the pass, trying to set up their biggest three-point threat out wide. And the Beacons will get the ball. Handoff goes to Haynes. Haynes driving in, finds Williams. Good pass down low, and Gianna Williams scores the first points of the quarter.
Yeah, that's a great pass by the freshman. And I like Gianna Williams, like the position that she had. She had her defender on her back, right there to score.
And I really like how Williams has played off the bench so far. We haven't seen her score the most today, but we've seen her score a few points here and there, play good defense, and be a big threat on the offensive side, forcing them to respect her down low, and even forcing them to respect her out wide, able to almost hit a 3 at one point. Just showing some diversity in her game as we get an offensive foul call and another turnover. That's going to be the second foul of the day on Jordan Burke.
Maybe wrong by a possession, but I think that's 4 straight possessions with turnovers for the Owls, 2 offensive fouls and 2 throwaways.
And that was a questionable pass right there. Good defense by Kenzie Bennett to knock that one away. Keene State will get another shot at it. Long pass. And Williams jumps in, got bumped a little bit by DeRosia, and goes in a little too aggressively.
I've never seen an over-the-head pass go waist high all the way across the lane.
That was very interesting,
else.
Yeah. Hebert out wide. And the 3 well long. Hebert will keep it in bounds. They got to do shot clock out of that. It missed everything. But it doesn't matter. It's taken away by Staples.
You're right, though, and
Yes.
Can't have that happen.
That
on the
absolutely
home floor.
missed everything.
That was on that last possession. A nice job by Herbert, who just hit the deck hard. But we've seen her force it a few times, and she goes in the lane. She kicked that one for an open three. The three was way long, but that's the right decision by her.
Yeah, it was definitely a good play across the board. Now Hebert will sit, and we'll see Friedman out there. So we have most of the starting five back out there for the Owls. Martineau is out there in place of Gagne. And Martineau could certainly be a big threat down the stretch here. Great three-point shooter, came in at 50% on the season, and Grassi will draw the foul there. That's already 3 fouls on Keene State in the first 2 minutes, and with how good the Beacons have been from the free throw line today, that could be big.
That foul is displeasing to Coach Keith Boucher, for
Yeah.
sure. You got to hold your position there if you're Jordan Burke. I mean, even if you don't foul there, you're still out of position, and Grassi probably catches the pass and lays it in.
Yeah, just bad play all around on the defensive side.
Lucky no double dribble there.
Oh, and Gianna Williams hangs on just long enough for the jump ball.
It's good, Beacons basketball.
So they'll lose the possession arrow, but that was good because that was almost a turnover. Instead, Williams able to just keep her hands on the ball for just long enough. She was clearly not going to be the one who ended up with possession there. Haynes, quick three. No one came to cover her. And she hits it. Kaylee Haynes puts the Beacons up by 5.
Oh, there's 8 on the shot clock. That play needed to be executed perfectly, and Haynes was wide open. Like you said, nobody shadowed her to the corner.
And that's the out-of-bounds play they usually run. They all start from that same formation for the most part. They start with all 4 in a line, just confuse the defenders, make them run into each other. And that time, nobody followed Haynes out to the corner. Bennett, mid-range, guarded by Williams. Good defense, able to affect that shot quite a bit.
I think Bennett should have shot the first one.
Yeah, probably. Now the Beacons have a 5-point lead and the ball. And they've woken up a little bit here to start this fourth quarter. Still not quite as clean as they were at the very start of this game, but looking much better all around. And a good pass to a wide-open Gianna Williams. Beacons lead by 7.
Yeah, that's really bad defense. I don't know what the Owls are doing. They're not marking up. I mean, the 2 girls were in, like, just within 3 feet of her, out of position.
And no one was there to cover her.
Right. And now the bench is really picking up scoring for the Beacons, too, with Staples and Williams.
As Grassi gets the rebound right there. Yeah,
and, Haynes, too.
Yeah, Williams, Haynes have all been good. Gianna Williams has been really solid in the second half especially. We saw her come out and play some good defense in the first half, be a part of the offense as Jackson comes in. Offensive rebound, Grassi, and she gets the putback. And that's the exact shot that she's missed a lot of today. Able to hit that at a clutch situation. Beacons expand the lead back to 9, their biggest lead since the first half.
Yep, nice soft touch rolling that over the front rim. That'll get a timeout.
So we will take a break with 6.5 to play in regulation. Beacons were tied, actually trailed at the start of this quarter. They have scored 9 in a row. 55-46 is the score. They lead by 9 points. And we'll be back in just a moment. 6:27 left to play in this one.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
The University of Massachusetts.
Welcome back, everyone. We're almost out of this timeout here. Beacons on a 9-0 run to start the fourth quarter. Started off tied 46-46.
They got to get it in. That's
Yeah,
five
almost a 5-second violation.
Almost 10 seconds.
Driving in is Friedman. Gets it out to Burke. A lot of contact down low, all incidental. No foul either way. Burke in the paint. Gets a mismatch on Haynes, but good defense, just able to stay in her face. Burke having some trouble, not able to get it, and Grassi eventually gets the rebound. Beacons get the ball back. That was some feisty defense there from Kaylee Haynes.
Yeah, Beacon's still not doing a great job boxing out, though.
5 or 6 inches shorter than Jordan Burke, able to get in her way and not let her get an easy shot. Grassi driving in, draws a couple of defenders. Mid-range shot from Williams will be short. Goes in to get her own rebound, and I think she drew the foul.
What a great play.
Great hustle play from Gianna Williams.
I think she knew it was short when she let it go.
Yep.
Took off, following her shot. It's textbook. That's how they teach it.
And it is, I believe, Schleiman coming back in or Gagne? Can't see the number yet.
Gagne.
It is Gagne. Okay. It's interesting. I think Schleiman's actually been a lot more effective so far today.
I feel like Gagne has not played much since the opening quarter, maybe.
She started the game.
Those fouls.
Two quick fouls. They took her out. Came back in the third for a while. Didn't have too much of an impact there. Meanwhile, Schleiman, who came in for her, has actually had a pretty good game. It's been a big part of the Owls being able to get back into this one. So I find it interesting that she's sitting in such an important situation here. Down low for Williams. Knocked away from her. Williams knocked it back away, but Burke is able to hold on to it.
That pass has to be a bounce pass where only she can get it. Williams, if she could take a step up to receive the pass.
Yeah, for sure. That was not the place you want to put that. It will result in some Keene State free throws. They have not hit a lot of these today.
This is right where the Beacons want them.
We'll see if Friedman can improve on the 17% shooting percentage from the free throw line.
First free throw of the second half,
yeah.
right?
1 for 6 in the first half, and Friedman does hit this one. And she goes 2 for 2, so Friedman brings their free throw percentage all the way up to 37.5. Still trail by 7. Beacons with the ball. That was the first points that the Beacons allowed here. That was an interesting moment there. Jackson trying to get around her sideways. Left a lot of space open towards the basket. 10 to shoot. Haynes looking for Grassi. She had Williams wide open on the high block.
Even if she catches it, she's triple teamed.
Yeah,
that's
not a great pass, but a good steal.
Oh,
Staples didn't look in transition immediately. I think they're content to slow this game down a bit, but Staples going in. Now it's Williams.
Oh, travel.
That's a travel, yep. Took just a little bit of a hop there before she started dribbling.
Thought we were getting away with it.
I think if she went up for the shot, she would have gotten away with it. She could have gotten away with it if it was like, oh, this is my shooting motion. But started to dribble again after that. I don't think that was going to slide. 4.5 to play in regulation. 55-48, 7-point lead for the Beacons. They're up 9-2 in this quarter. Came in tied at 46. High pass for Gagne. Out for 3 for Bennett. That's her first miss from long range today. Jackson gets across half court after 9 seconds. And they're very content to slow this game down now, try to take up some of the shot clock each time. Grassi goes in, draws some contact. And that's a great possession. They take 16 seconds off the clock, and Grassi will go to the line and shoot 2 free throws. They're also into the bonus now, so fouls the rest of the way. We'll put them on the line for the last 4 minutes. Coach Boucher not happy as Grassi puts her first free throw in. 8-point lead.
He's such a good guy. He's so funny to listen to when you're down. I've sat at the table in a few of his games, and he's so comical.
Gianna Williams gets the offensive rebound on the missed free throw. And Grassi draws the foul. She'll go back to the line, and that is exactly what the Owls did not need. Grassi, a very good free throw shooter, hits her first one, misses the second, but Williams somehow gets around the box out and gets that offensive rebound in the corner. Gets the ball back to Grassi, who gets fouled again, and now she'll shoot 2 more. And that's 5 fouls on Bennett. Kenzie Bennett has fouled out of this game. First free throw just misses from Grassi. Looked like it was going to roll in. Second one misses as well. That's rare from Grassi. 1 of 4 on that possession from the free throw line. So inside of 4 minutes to go, now an 8-point game. Beacons had a chance to make it more, but they're pretty content with where they are right now, I think. Gagne loses the ball. Staples knocks it away, and I think that'll be a foul on Gagne. That is her 3rd foul in just a couple of minutes of playing time. And I really wonder why Schleiman is still on the bench versus Gagne here. So Staples will go to the line now. Misses the first one, and the free throw shooting falling apart a little bit here.
I'm just surprised by, I guess call it lack of focus or discipline by Gagne. She's a junior, and I mean, she commits really silly fouls.
Yeah, that's 3 today in really not a lot of playing time. She hasn't been out there more than 7 or 8 minutes all day.
Man, they're just not needed. I mean, they're all reaches.
Yeah, none of them are contesting open layups or anything like that. It's all been just on the floor. That was off of a turnover, but there were a couple of defenders back for transition, and she just reached out, immediately got called for the foul, put Staples on the line. Open shot for DeRosia. Misses long, gets her own rebound, bounces right back to her, and she comes in and hits the layup. So, really 7-point game, good bounce for Keene State.
It's a really nice play. Just get the rebound and keep going.
Yeah. And that's another needless foul there. Jackson will go to the line now. That one's going to be called on Friedman.
They don't need to foul yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're only down 7.
Yeah, they don't need to extend this game. This game is fine. Especially, the Beacons have struggled a little shooting the ball today. And now they're giving them some free points at the free throw line. We'll see how many of them the Beacons are able to take as Jackson hits one. She does not miss a lot.
Yeah, she's been solid from the free throw line. She's 5 of 5 from the line.
Yeah, she leads the way, just under 80% coming into the day. Probably over 80% now, 6 for 6 on the day.
It's the second best free throw shooting team in the Beacons here against the 8th in the conference.
Yeah.
So, that's definitely there.
And that has been a big factor in today's game if you look at the free throw numbers. 2.5 to play. Gagne trying to get fancy there against Staples. Really didn't need to. And it's an easy rebound for the Beacons.
I feel like in the college game today, both men's and women's side, you look at free throw percentage, 3-point percentage, because teams shoot so many threes nowadays, and then rebound totals for the game, and that's usually the team that's going to come out with the win.
Yeah, rebounds and also offensive rebounds. We've seen a big discrepancy in second chance points today, as that's a quick 2 the other way for Jordan Burke. So Owls hanging around. They trail by just 7 now, but 2 minutes to go. Beacons certainly in a good position.
See if they can get Williams a touch. If they can get in the middle and draw the D again. I really like the game Williams has put together. 7 points, 6 boards.
Haynes almost gets that one in bounds, just tripped up a little bit.
Not really sure where she's going. Pressured there on the sideline. That's an extra defender.
Yeah, I think that pass needs to go towards the middle rather than staying on the sideline. They had a couple of players open. Had Grassi and Staples out wide on the 3-point line.
Oh.
DeRosia.
Wow.
Good layup in traffic there. Down to a 5-point game. This is now getting pretty close again.
Oh, she squeezed through the defenders there. Good body control.
Yeah, DeRosia's had a very good game. Also very tall for a guard, 5'10", playing at the point guard position most of the day.
Yeah, DeRosia has 20 points. There's Williams.
Good pass down low, Grassi to Williams. They double-teamed Grassi, left Williams all alone for just a moment, and Grassi was ready.
That's exactly what I was calling for in the last possession.
Yep, there it is. They're so afraid of Joie Grassi, who's does command that kind of respect, but they left Gianna Williams all alone right next to the basket. And Williams' positioning has been so good in this fourth quarter especially, leaving herself in good situations. Good defense against that screen there, just running more time off this clock. Friedman off the bottom of the rim. Offensive rebound, and Burke misses the follow-up. Now with 43 seconds, I think they have to foul if they want to really extend this. Otherwise, this should be just about over. They are not fouling.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Beacons can run this down to 15 seconds left. If they hit a shot at that point, the game's over.
Yeah,
they leave Jackson all alone. She draws a foul and hits the layup. And you got to think if this is a 9 or 10 point game, 26 seconds left, this is pretty much over now.
Some late separation here from the Beacons.
And a really strong fourth quarter across the board. They've given up just 8 points. They've scored. This will be 18 if she hits the free throw. 17 so far. They'll get her timeout first. So we'll take probably our final break of today's game as we look at some replays from these last few minutes. 63-54 is the score, and this is how we got here. Jackson going in, gets slapped on the way up. That brought the score to where it is now a 9-point game.
Hit her right in the face.
Yeah, that is clear foul right there from Pelkey. And Pelkey did go over and apologize on her way back over to the line. No hard feelings, just a hard foul.
Yeah, obviously nothing dirty there, but you do, like, we don't have replay, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Like, at the table for the officials. But anything above the head like that, at least you got to talk about it. I mean, because she did swing kind of hard.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter if the intent was there. Just nowadays in the game, fouls above the head are usually, the lesser of the two flagrants for a shot and the ball. Just regardless, just for player safety. But not going there here.
What I saw here, it looked like she hit her on the shoulder at first. I was surprised to see that on the replay. The replay, it looked like it hit. It did hit her in the head, but did not look like it didn't look like that to me in real time. So I wonder if the referees just didn't quite see it in real time.
Could have.
It was certainly very quick. So now Jackson will go to the line. 26.4 in regulation. One shot. Try to make it a 10-point game. And it misses. But 25 seconds left. Owls have the ball. They got to shoot quickly here. DeRoja out wide for Friedman. Burke out wide. Martineau airballs it from long range. They save it and keep it back in, but this is too much time off the clock for the Owls. They'll hit a mid-range 2 there from Pelkey. And we will get a timeout, but that should just about wrap things up if the Beacons can just get the ball in bounds. 8.2 on the clock and a 7-point lead.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the finale of this first game of the day. Beacons on top, 63-56 against the Owls. And we've got 8.2 seconds on the clock. Beacons just looking to get this inbound play off and close the game out. Owls may try to foul and extend this one more time, but at this point, probably not enough time for them to make up this deficit unless the Beacons miss a large amount of free throws. Grassi to inbound with Staples, Williams, and Jackson, who will get the ball. And she's able to run a few seconds off the clock before the foul, so if she hits these free throws, that'll probably be Keene State just giving up on this one. They are not giving up just yet, but 63-56 is the score. They've got the Beacons' best free throw shooter shooting 2 more free throws on the line. 5.7 remaining in regulation. That was the second foul on Jenny Friedman today. Jackson hits. Lead goes to 8. And 9, and that should be just about it for this one, 65-56. Owls will look for one more shot. DeRosa blocked by Williams as time expires, and that'll do it. The Beacons win this game 65-56. They improve to 6-3 in the Little East Conference, 15-3 across the board on the season. Keene State falls to 4-5, 5-13 overall. So, good conference win for the Beacons. They win their 6th game in their last 7, 5 of 6 in the conference. And they're looking really good as we get towards the later part of this conference season. 6-3 puts them in sole possession of 3rd place in the LEC. And Keene State at 4-5 falls into sole possession of 6th. So big fourth quarter for the Beacons.
Yeah, and a big game really stepped up for Jalani Jackson. Ended up with 25 points, 8 and 9
and now
from the line,
7
of 13, and hit 3 triples. I mean, she just dominated it, like we said, kind of all game. She could get to the basket when she wanted to. I think once she realized it, then it was all over there from there.
Absolutely, really big game from Jackson. We saw good games off the bench as well from Williams, especially in that second half. Haynes as well in that fourth quarter coming up big.
Yeah, Williams a point off double digits and a couple rebounds away from a double-double, so she was really effective off the bench. And we talked about that at the beginning of the game, that the bench had really been stepping up, whether it was Staples, whether it was Haynes too today. She had a really nice game. But today it was Williams, and it seems like every game it's somebody new for the Beacons that's helping out.
And we're going to take a look at the final stats in just a moment before we wrap this one up. You can see the men's teams out there warming up. That's going to be our next game, UMB and Keene State men's basketball in just a few minutes. So we'll have that for you after this. But first we're going to go downstairs and do a quick interview. We'll be right back in just a moment. Now back to a regular 5-on-5. Grassi trying to set the screen. Jackson finds Mazik out wide. Mazik had Jackson wide open. Grassi gets the offensive rebound. Not quite going to fall. Does it again and ends up losing it.
Can't hit around the rim.
Can make changes. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking
That's going to be a jump ball, it looks like.
Management skills.
It's not just about basketball. It's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person.
Yeah, definitely frustrating. You look at the numbers from the first half. Keene State actually outscored the Beacons. Yeah,
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Hello, everyone. Olin Hayes back here with head coach Christina Baugh. Coach Baugh, congrats on the win.
Thank you so much. What a team effort today.
So it looked a little rough there in that third quarter. You went into the fourth quarter in a tie game, and you come out on a 9-0 run. Was there any specific adjustment you made that led to that?
Yeah, it was just about energy on the defensive end. Defense was our main goal today at the halftime of how we were going to get better. I'm really proud of my team with only 12 fouls. You know, that's been a big concern for us in this second round of, you know, for 2 or 3 quarters, can we go where our opponent doesn't get on the foul line? So I thought we had great help side defense in the second half and contested the 3 a little better.
Oh, yeah, that was something you mentioned at halftime. Certainly looked a little better in the second half. The three-point shooting also stayed for your team as well. You mentioned the fouls. Their team did not shoot very well from the free throw line and hardly ever got there. Well, all of a sudden, you guys were in the bonus halfway through the fourth quarter. One of their star players fouled out. That looked like a big turning point in today's game.
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot about time and score and fouls because we're a really good free throw shooting team. So trying to get kids to recognize when there is 5 of being more aggressive, you know, putting the pressure on the officials. I thought we did for 85% of the game, a really good job of that.
Yeah, and in that fourth quarter, you guys pulled ahead right at the start, took a big 9-point lead, and just held on from there, and Jalani Jackson especially really secured it. But also you got a lot of big contributions from the bench. Did you like what you saw from Gianna Williams, Kaylee Haynes today?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as the season grows, you hope their confidence grows. So those two, played a big part in the second half. But I think everyone really contributed to this win, whether you played 2 minutes or 30 minutes. Everyone did something that really, really helped us, and our energy was pretty good to start the third quarter. So we'll enjoy it today and then look forward to Southern Maine.
All right, sounds good. Congrats on the win.
Thank you so much.
We'll be back to wrap things up and then start up with the men's game. Hello everyone, Olin Hayes back here with you for the final stats from today's game. And we see a big improvement in the Beacons shooting percentage, coming up to 42, and 42 from long range as well. That free throw number also big, 68% versus 38. Even though the free throws fell off a bit for the Beacons near the end, still far ahead of Keene State, who ended up just 3 of 8 on the day. High turnover numbers on both sides. Beacons out rebounding by just a little bit. But across the board, final stats looking very good for the Beacons, and a big improvement over that first half with a strong fourth quarter. So we'll now take a look at the team leaders for today's game. And Jalani Jackson led the way with 25 points. Haley DeRosia led the way on the other side with 20. No one else on the Owls even in double digits, though. Kenzie Bennett at 8. Joie Grassi led the way for the Beacons after Jackson with 12. Also had 12 rebounds, double-double for Grassi. Certainly something we see a lot. Jamie Staples coming up with 5 assists and 5 steals today. Haley DeRosia with 4 assists and 4 steals. DeRosia really did her best to keep the Owls in this game, but the bench and the combination of the bench players like Gianna Williams, who had those couple of blocks, and the starters, Jalani Jackson, Joie Grassi, just too strong for the Beacons. And that is it for today. So I'm Olin Hayes. I was here with Jess Burton and the rest of our production team. Thank you all for tuning in today. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center here in Boston, Massachusetts. My name is Olin Hayes, and I'm joined today by Jess Burton as we watch UMB take on Keene State. Now on the men's side. Taking a look at the all-time series here. Keene State, historically with a big edge on UMB, 44-13. UMB's last win was in December of 2015. However, this year these two teams much closer together in the standings. UMB actually with a lead over Keene State, 5-3 versus 4-4. And take a look at the LEC standings. Rhode Island College in front. UMB actually got a win on RIC last time they played them, but lost their last game to Plymouth State. So certainly the top 7 in this conference, all a big threat to one another at any point in time. Keene State right now at the bottom of that as we take a look at this team statistics. Offenses look pretty similar, but the defense, definitely the edge goes over to UMB. Field goal percentage and three-point percentage also definitely in UMB's favor. The rebounding has been very strong for the Beacons so far, plus 10.5 rebound margin so far. Keene State at just plus 2.7. Still in the positives, but not nearly as much. And turnovers a little more on the Keene State side, so that'll be something to watch out for. Both pretty average numbers there, though nothing too strong on either side. We look at the team leaders on each side. Charles Mitchell leading the way, not to be confused with Charlie Mitchell. We'll have fun with that as we do every time this team plays. Dayson Sinelli leads the way percentage-wise, 52.5 from the floor and 42.3 from long range. Charlie Mitchell, the other Mitchell twin, leading the way at the free throw line, 77.8%. On the other side, it is Marcus McCarthy leading the way at 12.6 points per game. Jeff Hunter, the highest field goal percentage. And Izzy Damwan at 40% from long range. Marcus McCarthy also leads the way at the free throw line, 72.7%. And we look at our players to watch in today's game. Michael Boyd. Boyd has been an important part of this team. 11 points per game, shooting pretty well, 42%, 75% from the line. 5 assists per game as well. On the other side, Edwin Izidamwin, 6.3 points, and has not been contributing as much as Boyd from the field, but these two players will probably be matched up against one another today, so it'll be an interesting matchup to watch. Izidamwin not shooting quite as strongly from the floor, just 35%, so we'll see if he is able to contribute more from the floor today. As we take a quick look at the coaches here. Ryan Keene in his 5th season at Keene State. NUMEC Player of the Year back in 05 and 07 when he played at WPI. Good record at Keene State so far. Led them to the Elite 8 a couple years ago in 2017, 81-38 as the head coach. And this year has not been quite as strong for them, but certainly still in position to make the playoffs as we take a look at Jason Harris. And that is him, in fact, on screen. 5th season with UMB. Won their most games in a decade back in 2017 and 2018. Overall record right around 500, but they have had 3 straight winning seasons after struggling for a few years in a row. And he has really done well with this program, getting them to where they are right now. And they're in position to make the playoffs once again as they come into this game 5-3 in the conference.
I honestly, I love this matchup. As you can see on screen, Jason Harris and Ryan Keene are good friends. They both, as they're chatting it up, they both took over their respective programs in the same year, and they're both finding success early on. They're both in their 5th season. So they want to win against each other as badly as the teams do, which always makes for a fun basketball.
Absolutely. It should be a good time. We're going to take a quick commercial break before we start on this one, and we'll be back with the start of the game in just a moment.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a quick look at the starting lineups for these two teams today. We'll start off on the Keene State side. So look at their starters. Sidi Diallo, Jeff Hunter, James Anozi, Jarek Sishon, and Edwin Izidamwan. And this is a very tall starting lineup across the board. Hunter comes in at 6'7". Diallo, the shortest player out there, at 6 feet. Anozi at the center at 6'6". So certainly a lot of height to watch out for on this Keene State side. And I would look over at the UMB side. No Charlie Mitchell still injured, not dressed for today's game. So Charles Mitchell will be out there with Mariano Rodriguez. Malik Lorquette starting at center. Winston Rodriguez and Dason Sinelli will round out the starting lineup. So no Mitchell twins today, but we still have to keep it confusing. 2 Rodriguez's in the starting lineup.
I don't think Winston Rodriguez is starting. That's Mark Monroe. And that's
they're announcing Mark Monroe, so it looks like Mark Monroe will be the fifth starter.
Winston Rodriguez and Michael Boyd came out. So I think it's Mitchell, Mariano Rodriguez, Boyd, Dason Snelly, and Mark Monroe is our starting
All right,
5.
So we will see who comes out to start the game.
Not a big deal.
Some sort of
all those other guys
there
are going to get in the game.
But yeah, we'll look at the keys to the game here. And big one, leave the loss behind you. They had a rough loss to Plymouth State last week, a game they know they could win after getting a big win on Rhode Island College. Sounds a lot like what we were saying about the girls team, actually. They just got a big win against number 1 RIC. Defend the perimeter. This is a good three-point shooting team. Don't want to let them take too many threes, get a lot of open shots. And hit your free throws. Free throws such an important part of the game. We saw it come into play really importantly in the women's side today, with Keene State's girls team going just 3 for 8 from the line. Meanwhile, UMass Boston hit a lot of their free throws coming into this game. UMB struggling from the free throw line, 60% on the season. That is 8th in the conference. But on the other side, Keene State's the only team under them at 9th in the conference, 59.2%. And that's the last thing before we get started in this one. Monroe loses the tip to Jeff Hunter, and we are underway.
Beacons are the best defensive team in conference. They'll have to limit the points here today. The first matchup between these two went to overtime. 50-46 was the final.
And a 3 taken by Izidamwan will not fall.
But Keene State can pour it on. They've had a couple games in the 90s this year, multiple games in the 80s. They've allowed over 100 points twice. So we could see the opposite of the first meeting if these teams get going. That first shot attempt, a 3.
And that is a good fadeaway from Sinelli there. Dason Sinelli, the thing I always point out about him, his positioning is so good. He puts himself in the right place all the time and plays a lot bigger than 6'2". But he comes in at 6'2", one of the shorter players in this starting lineup. But he will play at the 3 or the 4 role and guard people much taller than him to great efficiency.
I've always felt he's bigger than 6'2".
Absolutely.
At least plays bigger than 6'2".
He plays much bigger.
His athleticism is insane. He can jump out of the gym. I always feel like he should be playing wide receiver or cornerback for somebody.
He's fast, he's physical, and he's always in the right place at the right time. He's got the physical ability to win those one-on-one matchups when he needs to, but he's also got the intelligence to be in a position where he doesn't even need to win a matchup sometimes and just get some shots up by himself.
Yeah, he's progressed so well over his career. He was a little bit shaky offensively in his freshman and sophomore years, and he's so solid now.
Hunter under the basket, double-teamed. And that's going to be a jump ball call. Good job by Sinelli and Boyd to tie him up. So that is Boyd, who is the 5th starter.
We mentioned in the keys to the game, defend the perimeter. Keene State actually not a great overall three-point shooting team, but they take a ton of them. That's why their scores can be so high some games and so low some other games.
Good run down by Sinelli. Pass went a little too far. Charles Mitchell comes in almost. Not quite able to make that layup fall. So a lot of shots being put up so far. Only 2 points on the board. That's a shot from Izidamwan. Not quite going to fall.
So 3 shot attempts, 3 3-pointers. None have gone in yet.
Yeah.
But that's what Keene State does. They get shots up quick early in the shot clock to get extra possessions later in the game.
And Mariano Rodriguez will convert one. That's the first 3 of the day to fall. And it's the Beacons. They lead 5-0.
What a spark he's provided for the Beacons boys team since Mitchell's gone down. I mean, he was a bench player that came off and provided some energy, and now in the starting 5 doing the same thing.
And it's crazy, the synergy between the Mitchell twins is obviously so strong. And they've really got into synergy with the rest of this team as well. We see Boyd, we see Sinelli. But now Rodriguez has been able to come in and do a good job just filling in that role and keeping the chemistry up with the rest of the team. He's been good off the bench, as you mentioned, but just being able to step into that starting lineup and do such a good job is really impressive. As we go to the other side, another three. This one will fall. Sean puts that one in. If you throw enough of those at the basket, eventually one of them is going to go in.
They're gonna.
So that's the fifth shot of the day. Fourth, I think. They get one to go. 5-3 is the score.
And their leading scorer is James Inozi, 54 inside. So they'll eventually start working it down low. They're trying to get scoring going.
Good passing around the perimeter. And Rodriguez steps in around Inozi and hits another one. So good start for Mariano Rodriguez. 5 points in the first couple minutes of this one. 7-3 is the score. And Inozi, of course, the big body down low, 6'6", really strong guy. But he's working against Mark Monroe, who's also very strong, also comes in at 6'6", and has not given him any room to work with so far.
I love that matchup. It's going to be a battle down there between those guys today.
Oh, he pulls up and takes a shot there. They leave him wide open.
I mean, he can absolutely shoot that. You can
he
see
just
his
shrugs,
body language.
going away like, yeah, don't leave me that.
Yeah, you're not going to guard me. I'll shoot it.
You know, not someone you expect to take three-point shots, but certainly has that mid-range shot in his arsenal.
First shot inside the three-point line we've seen from them.
Rodriguez goes down. Shot misses just slightly, rebounded by Diallo. Hunter down low. Instead, they go for another three. This one from Sean, and that one will not fall.
Yeah, Hunter has some size on Sinelli. I think you would have thought wisely to go inside to him there. That's offense screen. Yeah, Monroe didn't hold his screen. Gets called for the blocking foul.
All right, so that will be a turnover. We'll have a timeout here as Monroe gets called for the first foul of the game. So we'll take our first break of the day. A little over 4 minutes into this first half. Beacons with the early lead, 7-5 over the Owls.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there is a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, so it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
All right, we're back from the timeout with a couple of subs out here. It'll be Miguel Prieto inbounding the ball for Keene State. On the UMB side, we've got Tommy Burris into the game.
Nice defense by Lorquette.
Yep, Keene State will keep the ball, but they slow down there.
See, that time they went inside to Hunter, but he doesn't have a mismatch against Lorquette. He did against Stacy.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Wow. Good defense from the Beacons, forcing the 5-second call. And Prieto just making the mistake, not ready for it. Calling it back, we'll try again.
Now, Prieto is a junior guard. He started, I'm not sure if all 3 years, but the majority of the times that I've seen Keene State, Prieto's in the starting lineup. He plays at about 110% all game long. He'll be flying up and down the court, but he does make mistakes like that 5-second call right there. That's maybe why he's not in the starting five today.
Lorquette almost able to get that one to fall, but good defense on the other side from Nick Redden, also just into the game. Number 34 for Keene State. Prieto leaves it for Sean. Sean working against Burris. Good pass out wide to Prieto. Rebounded by Hunter. Going up one-on-one. Good block by Lorquette. Beacons take the ball back. Jeff Hunter still scoreless.
Really nice job by Lorquette to stay on his feet. Didn't go for either up fake.
And that was a heads-up play by Michael Boyd to get back on top of that ball and make it a jump ball. He knew his pass was deflected right away, knew the defender had his back turned, so he was able to get there in time. So Charles Mitchell will check back in. Mariano Rodriguez will sit. Bigger lineup out there now with Burris. Hunter. Now driving in is Diallo. Good defense, good help defense from Sinelli. Again, in the right place at the right time.
A lot of contact through the middle there.
And that'll be a foul that'll send Michael Boyd to the free throw line. Beacons with a chance to expand on their 2-point lead. Foul called on number 34, Nick Redden. Freshman forward came off the bench about a minute ago.
And with Hunter and Redden, both freshmen, that's really good size and length. Young kids on this team.
And the first free throw goes for Boyd. We mentioned this pregame. Free throw shooting, not a strength of this Beacons team. Also not a strength of this Owls team. They are 8th and 9th, respectively, in free throw percentage. So if one of them can have an unusually good day shooting from the line, could certainly be a big factor as Boyd starts off well for the Beacons, 2 for 2.
That's quite surprising to me that the Beacons shoot so poorly from the line when they're such good shooters in general.
Yeah, certainly a good shooting team across the board. As Hunter almost got that rebound, it slips through his hands and Boyd is able to corral it. Now coming back the other way, Sinelli has some help with him. They'll slow it down.
Great
good
backdoor.
cut by Mitchell. Charles Mitchell puts it in.
Love backdoor passes like that. Just such a nice looking play.
Yeah, beautifully executed by the Beacons. They take a 6-point lead, 11-5. Biggest lead of the game so far. And that one's thrown away out of bounds by Devon Beasley, who just came into the game. And that'll prompt a timeout from Coach Keene. So we'll get another timeout. 13:45 to go, first half. Beacons with an 11-5 lead, playing very good defense so far.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome back, everyone. Just about to come out of this timeout here. Beacons with possession and a 6-point lead after the turnover. Boyd gets picked from Sinelli. Has Mitchell and Lorquette with him. Pass in for Lorquette. Does not quite reach him. It'll go off his hand and out of bounds. And the big man comes back in. James Inozi checking in as Jeff Hunter will take a break. So now without Mark Monroe out there, they bring back Inozi, see if he can score inside against Lorquette and Burris. Good defense by Lorquette, and that's a block. Well, I guess it called for a foul. Not extremely sure about that one, but there was a little bit of contact.
Jason Harris is unhappy because the first shot attempt by Inozi that he went and recovered, it was deflected, so it was a legal play. I'm not sure if Jason saw that it was deflected.
Yeah, it was called a block rather than would have been an up and down, of course.
Right.
Second one also looked like a block to me, but referee saw it as a foul. So free throws will go for Inozi. He's got 4 of their 7 points so far. Just those and the 3 from Sean.
Like we said, they shoot a bunch of threes, but they will decide eventually that it's James Inozi time. And it seems like it's going to come sooner than later since their three-point shooting is not going the way they want.
Lorquette hands off to Charles Mitchell. Running 3, a little bit short off the rim. Redden will take it. Not a great offensive possession for the Beacons there.
That's a contested look at a 3. It's a tough one.
Lorquette, good defense. Rebound taken by Devon Beasley. Out to the three-point line for Redden, and he draws the foul. That is a rough call for Burris, the freshman guard.
Yeah, Burris was late getting there and had to come in from the side. He was a little off from the shot, from where the shooter was, and I think he definitely hit his elbow.
So now Nick Redden with 3 shots from the free throw line. Chance to bring this back to a 1-point game if he hits all 3. Makes the first, 11-8. Low-scoring game so far. Redden looking very comfortable from the line there. 2 perfect free throws so far. Burris will go to the bench, as will Devon Beasley. Izadamwin will come back out, as well as Mark Monroe. I think the Beacons have recognized Mark Monroe is going to be an important factor in this game as they try to defend James Inozie. They've got other players with the height. Lorquette and Burris are close to that, but Inozie just so strong, so powerful down low. As Sinelli pulls up, just missed a 3, a little bit short. Redden will get the rebound.
I really like having Lorquette and Monroe in there at the same time.
For sure. Inozie now working 1-on-2. Good defense, gets his own rebound, taken away by Lorquette.
Yeah, that was a help side block by Lorquette from behind. That's exactly why I like it. He's allowed to come out and play the smaller guy on the perimeter and then can help out down low.
Oh, Monroe going for the underdog reverse layup there. Monroe almost strips it as they go down the court. And now they'll slow it back down, get it out to the three-point line. Prito. Back out now is Izadamwin. Contested 3, Sinelli right in his face. And he has not been hitting those today. Sinelli's got some space. Back to Boyd. Lorquette has Monroe down low. He'll draw the foul, though.
Oh, you got to know that's there. That's the whole point of this play and having them in. Lorquette got to have his eyes up. That was an easy bounce pass, a little wraparound bounce pass.
Absolutely. That was a free basket for Monroe if he saw it. We'll get some substitutions and a timeout. So we'll take a break here after the first foul of the game called against Inozie. 11-10, Beacons up by 1, and they'll have the ball when we come back.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back here halfway through this first half almost. Beacons with the ball and a 1-point lead. Pass down low for Monroe. Aggressive bounce pass. Monroe tips it back in, and he gets it.
I thought there was a foul on the first one. Really nice job staying with that.
Mark Monroe has done very well so far today. The senior center getting the start in today's game. He sometimes in the starting lineup, sometimes comes off the bench as the 6th man, but certainly gets a lot of playing time either way. Has had a very good season here so far in his senior year. Good knock away by Sinelli. Boyd will take it. Looking for Charles Mitchell. And a great acrobatic play all around. Sinelli with the tip. Boyd runs it up the court. Finds Mitchell, and Mitchell puts it in.
Yeah, Sishan left the ball behind him. Yeah, hello. Almost dropped it again.
High looping pass there. Hunter takes a shot from mid-range. Not going to fall. Boyd gets the easy rebound.
feel like we're watching a game very similar to the girls' game. The guys didn't get out in front.
Yeah.
I mean, guys didn't get out in front like the girls did, but the intensity and the kind of stretches of sloppy play, and then not neither team shooting very well.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the same story.
A lot of similarities for
Yeah.
sure. We've got a 17-10 lead for the Beacons here. Thought about the three. Is a dom one working on Mitchell? So the shot misses there. More than halfway through this first half now. They double team Mitchell briefly. He finds the open man. Extra pass to Sinelli. Dribbling in. Knocked away from him. Monroe gets the loose ball, misses the putback. And the loose ball now is claimed by Hunter.
Dace went up to the basket and then just decided not to shoot it. He was too contested, so he dropped the ball and hoping for the best.
It almost worked.
It almost did, but I'd rather just
put it
get
up.
there. You're already in the air. You're a foot from the
See
basket.
if you draw a foul. See if you can put it in. Just
Exactly.
do something.
Yeah. Just got to be more decisive.
And a takeaway here by the Owls. Dribbling in, and the shot missing completely from Sishon.
Oh, my goodness. Jalen Franklin tried to take a charge. Ryan Kane cannot believe that was a block. I kind of agree with him.
Look, I've been commentating basketball for quite a while at this point, and I'm still convinced that quite often the difference between a block and a charge is what the referee decides that the difference between a block and a charge is on any given day. There are rules. They are sometimes followed. I never really know. That one, that looked like a charge to me. Rodriguez finds Lorquette, guarded by Hunter. Goes in one-on-one against Hunter. Good defense and a rebound taken by Miguel Prieto. Prieto over to Roundtree. Keene State really rotating through their bench here. We see Isaiah Roundtree, Jalen Franklin coming out onto the court. Devon Beasley back out there as well. Did not start, but he came in a couple minutes into the game. Roundtree covering Boyd now. Tommy Burris is back in for the Beacons. Good pass to Sinelli. Tipped away by Prieto. Hunter dives on it. Prieto will get it. In transition, 3-on-3. Pass goes for Roundtree. Good defense by Burris. It'll go out of bounds, but that's all right for the Beacons as they slow down the fast break. Good hustle by Tommy Burris coming back to make that from a 3-on-2 into a 3-on-3.
That was a really good job by the Beacons getting back. And like you said, Burris, extra hustle to get a hand in there, too.
Oh, that was tipped by Sinelli, and Boyd will take it. Heads-up play, Dayson Sinelli and Michael Boyd. Burris now back to Boyd. Boyd running all over Roundtree, but then ends up losing the ball. Oh, a little bit too high. Good idea looking for Lorquette, but the pass just not quite there. So Prieto takes it back up the court. Devon Beasley for three, and that one will fall. So this is back to a 2-point game as Devon Beasley puts it in for three. 17-15 is the score, and we'll get a timeout here called by Coach Harris. So we'll take a quick break here with 7.5 to play in the first half.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back from the timeout. Beacons with possession and a 2-point lead. Lorquette, Harris, Rodriguez, Boyd, and Sinelli, the 5 out there for the Beacons. Lorquette driving in, 1-on-3. Maybe a little too ambitious, and that'll be rebounded by Tony Harris, who's just come out onto the court. Roundtree in for Hunter. Beasley to Harris to Prito. Still passing around the perimeter, looking for that 3-point shot when they can. Prito looking for Hunter. Good tip. Here comes Lorquette. He's got Rodriguez with him. Gets tied up, and that should be a travel. And an easy call right there. Good defense, again, from the Owls in transition. James Anozi will check back into the game. Jeff Hunter will sit.
Yeah, Jeff Hunter's going to sit because of the lack of position. He's not making himself really a presence down low, and he's not coming to get the ball. We mentioned in the break, though, Keene State's not making it very difficult to be defended by the best defending team in the conference. They're not faking passes high and then going low. It's the first decision to pass that they're making, and that's easy for the Beacons.
And that's a miss there from Prito from long range. They have tossed a lot of threes at the basket. Not a lot of them are falling. But their defense has held up enough to keep this game close. As Sinelli pulls up, misses that one a little bit long. Another 3, that's another miss, and a rebound for Michael Boyd. So they've shown their game plan. They're not going to stop.
No, and I mean, they want the ball as many times as they can get it so that they don't take any time off the shot clock. I mean, they probably shoot before the clock strikes down to 20 seconds on a majority of their possessions.
Yeah, it's wild to watch that and just how consistent it is. They really just were like, okay, who's open right now? Who can take a shot right now?
And it's strange because it does, like we said, they have games where they score 50 points and they still shoot like that. But then they have games where they score 90 points and they shoot like that.
Right, because their shots are going in.
Right, exactly. So it's such a live or die formula. And if they're going in, that puts pressure on the other team to keep up. And I mean, today here.
Yeah. It's like watching a baseball team that has like 7 or 8 home run hitters in their lineup.
Yeah.
You know,
the Beacons
on any given day, you might just go out and just outscore someone by so much that they can't really do much about it. But at the same time, you've got to have a more well-rounded game to be consistent. And that's where James Anozi comes in, of course. He's been really important so far today and all season for this team.
But still, that play took about an elapsed 5 seconds to get down the court before the whistle was blown for the foul. And now the clock is stopped, so again, that adds to more possessions throughout the game. So,
and now Monroe will check back in. So they're playing this little cat and mouse game here where every time the Keene State sees Mark Monroe sit, they bring in Anozi immediately. And then the Beacons are like, hey, we need Monroe to go out there and defend Anozi, and he comes back in. And he hits the free throws there. 19-17 is the score. Beacons up 2. Mitchell. Ooh, called for the travel. Just took a little too long hesitating before he passed to Monroe there. Looked for the fake to Boyd and then the pass into Monroe, but not quite able to get it. Prito in traffic, escapes with the ball still.
It's funny that they're third in conference are the Owls in field goal percentage defense, but they're 9th in scoring defense.
Taken away, Mitchell.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's going to be called.
No basket.
On the floor?
Oh, the bench can't believe it.
That's an interesting call. I have many questions about that one. He was in the middle of his layup, got knocked down, and it's going to be called on the floor, and not a clear path foul. Just regular foul. So Charles Mitchell's not happy. The bench is not happy.
Yeah, Jason Harris can't believe it. That's official Dave Kuzmits. He's really good. Obviously, wouldn't be doing the game if he wasn't. Yeah. That was a tough one. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about that one. Lorquette to Monroe. Double teamed and traveled and not a foul. Beacon's getting some bad luck on the calls on that one.
A couple rough trips down the court consecutively, but they can't let it phase them. Just get back on defense, play a tough possession here.
Anozi draws the foul on, I think, Sinelli. I think I got him making contact with Anozi's arm. And yeah, that'll be on Dayson Sinelli. Second foul for Sinelli today. James Inozie hits the first free throw. He's been good from the line so far. Really important part of the game for someone who's in the paint all day.
We saw in his first jump shot, he's a really good shooter. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
He's got pure rotation on the ball, and really good follow through.
He's hit that first shot from the field, and he's hit all of his free throws since then. I think that's 6 for 6, actually.
I feel like Inozie would be one of the guys growing up that wants to play point guard.
Yeah.
You know, because he can shoot it.
Yeah, for sure.
But then eventually somebody tells him, you got to go down low, guy.
Yeah. Hey, you're 6'6", bigger than everyone.
Now he's got a technical foul.
Oh, wow. And yeah, that is a string of questionable calls in a row, and Coach Harris just not happy about it. And how many teams do you see the center be the technical foul shooter? Certainly not something you see on a regular basis, but it'll be James Inozie going back for more. Hits the first. And the Owls have the lead. Two for 2 from the line for Inozie once again. I think that's 10 points for him, 8 of 8 from the line.
Yeah, again, we've talked. Couple stretch right there. Not good possessions for the Beacons, and then another foul, but they can't let bad calls get to them, which they did on that one.
Exactly.
Malik gets teed up, and now they're behind.
Yeah, trail for the first time since the very start of this game. Inozie, acrobatic play by Charles Mitchell to intercept that one, taking it away from Prito. Using his height advantage, not something we can say very often. Mitchell goes down hard, no call.
Yeah, Prito got a hand on that. That was clean, I think, and then
Yep.
Mitchell tripped up on his own.
Really good defense from Miguel Prito there. Out wide to Prito. He's got Inozie down low, guarded by Monroe. Now they'll double team with Sinelli. Triple team. He goes up for it anyway, and he gets it.
What a strong move,
Yeah.
man. Doesn't matter how many guys you bring over.
Sinelli came over.
I thought he was dead to
Monroe
rights
was
when
already
Sinelli
there.
came over.
They stopped him once. They couldn't stop him twice.
That's another thing. He's got great hands. Ball coming off the rim in the backboard. He's like glue.
Monroe, good defense from Inozie once again. And James Inozie really taking over this game right now. 4-point lead for the Owls.
The travel.
Certainly looked like it to me. And that will be a miss. Monroe gets the rebound. Boyd out wide for Sinelli, covered by Harris. Monroe still going in for the one-on-one, not getting it. And the rebound is taken by Roundtree. Roundtree pulls up, misses from mid-range. Easy rebound for Charles Mitchell.
I like Jason Harris taking control of the team here, slowing things down. He knows this is a big possession. They're going to get their team into a good play here.
Yeah, if they can get 2 or 3 on this possession, it'd be big for getting them back into the game. Risky pass, Monroe able to corral it. Takes it and puts it in, and the foul.
Oh, risky pass to say
Yeah.
the least.
Very risky, but well executed, and Monroe able to hold on. Spins to the basket. And he hits the layup and draws the foul. So we'll get a timeout here. 2:56 to play in the first half. And when we come back, Monroe will shoot a free throw to try to bring this back to a 1-point lead.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Hello again, everyone. We're back from the timeout for Mark Monroe's free throw attempt at a three-point play. Monroe puts it up, and that one misses, rebounded by Tony Harris. So still a 2-point lead for the Owls, and they take possession. Low scoring first half, got under 3 minutes to go, is at 23-21. On pace for the winning team to score something around 50.
They got the win scoring 50 last time.
They can do it. Both of these teams can do it, for sure. And that was a miss once again as the Beacons get possession one more time.
I'm sorry, the Beacons lost the game, scored 46.
Right.
Keene scored 50. Same area.
Yeah.
Both teams, low scoring.
Sinelli just missed short. Monroe almost gets it, but it's tipped out of his hands by Diallo. Coming the other way, and a good defensive play by Rodriguez. Looked like he tipped it off the leg of Roundtree, but referee will call it out on Rodriguez.
Goodness.
And it's been a slew of very close calls going against the Beacons in a row.
Roundtree was so out of control on that drive, and I think it went right off his leg.
Yeah, it looked like Rodriguez tipped it out of his hands, then it went right off of his leg before it went out of bounds. But
Sorry for the Beacons again. If calls aren't going your way, you're gonna have games like that. Stay in it, stay focused.
And that's a travel on Roundtree.
Here's one that, well, maybe a makeup.
Yeah. That's allowed in the unspoken code of conduct. As long as it's consistent. Burris for three. And he hits it. Big three from Tommy Burris coming back into this game. And the freshman hits a big shot there to put the Beacons back in front.
Let's go. Burris has been huge off the bench. Love to see him get going. Let's get a little push. A couple consecutive baskets before the end of the half.
Yeah, the Beacons looking very good these last couple of possessions on both sides. Burris with a good cut. Oh. Almost got the reverse lay-in right there. Acrobatic play, but not quite going to turn into anything. Something very rare here. We've hit 14 on the shot clock. It's about as low as we've seen it all day. 6 to shoot. Good defense from the Beacons.
Great defense.
Roundtree's got to put it up. He'll give it to Harris to do it instead. Shot clock expires as the ball hits the rim, and it's rebounded by Burris, who tips it over to Sinelli. Under a minute to go in the half. Beacons with possession and a 1-point lead. Good pass to Mitchell, and he hits it. Charles Mitchell off of a great bounce pass from Michael Boyd. That backdoor cut once again.
Yeah, it seems to be working on the right side of the floor.
35 to go, 20 to shoot.
Try to identify the defender that they're beating, but a couple adjustments at halftime. Anytime you see him over there, he's still overplaying. Go right there.
Playing off of Roundtree, allowing him to take that long shot. Instead, he drives in, finds Harris, who will hit the layup. 18 seconds to go. Beacons can hold for the last shot. They lead by 1. Boyd, out wide Rodriguez. Sinelli puts it up as time expires, and he just missed it. Oh, he wanted that one. Definitely thought he had it. Looked good out of his hands, but not quite going to fall, so that will be it for the first half. We have played 20 minutes here between UMass Boston and Keene State on the men's side. It is a 1-point lead for the Beacons, 26-25. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with an interview and then some stats and highlights from the first half.
My name is Tyler Hart. Being on the track and field team here is the greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a bond with people who are training with you. It's like a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have hereditary disorder known as amblyopia. It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens, That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, and then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Hello everyone, Olin Hayes here with Coach Jason Harris. Now Coach, we saw a really strong defensive performance in the first half, offense looking a little slow sometimes. What adjustments are you looking to make going into the second half?
I think the offense is because of their defense, man. They play good defense. We got to stop fouling. They got 6 field goals, and then they got 11 free throws, 11-11 at the line. Some of that's on us, right? You miss a block out, then you foul on a rotation. Some of it's a tough call, but we got to eliminate the ones that are on us, man. And those are from breakdowns. I think we're playing really hard, but we got to play smarter and we got to play more together and keep our composure.
Hey, you mentioned keeping the composure. We've seen it's been a very emotional first half across the board.
And they lost 3 or 4 games in a row. We got cracked last game. It's just Keene State, UMass Boston every time. Right? The last game was 40-40 at the end of regulation. Like, both teams are going to play hard.
Yeah, this is a team that can score. If you're looking through their games, they score 90 sometimes, they score 45 sometimes. You have to go in and just ready for either kind of game. Is that something that's difficult to prepare for?
Well, when we're playing hard and we're guarding, no, right? Because it doesn't matter what the other team does. So we got to, like I said, we got to tighten it up. I like the effort, I like the focus, but now we just got to be a little smarter, right? And we got to be a little bit more consistent. First one to 55 wins this game.
Do you think either team will get to 55?
I think both teams will get to 55.
All right, cool. Well, best of luck in the second half.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment with some stats and highlights, then we'll get into the second half.
I think being a primary playmaker, you have to know about your teammates. You know what I mean? You got to know what spots they do well in, they're successful in as far as like shot attempts and stuff like that. So a lot of film was chopped up over the season, and I definitely talked to Coach about that just because of the guys and the roster change. You know what I mean? And definitely like additions like Rio and some other guys that have made the team from tryouts. You have to make sure guys are in their spots and they know what they need to do. I'm pretty confident in my teammates, so I wouldn't say like I thought it was all on my shoulders, but being one of the primary playmakers and having our other primary playmaker out, I definitely knew my load was going to be a little bit heavier, so I just had to make sure I came in locked in, ready before every game. And preparation is just a little bit different when we have a key player out. What's actually kind of funny is I don't really check my stats, but when I do hear about it, like it's not surprising to me because I know what I'm capable of. I know I can perform well every game, or as long as my preparation is well before the game, I know it's pretty well. 10 to 12 assists every day. Like I like to say it's a team game, you know what I mean? So I mean, and I know I can score as well. Like I mean, I've shown that in past seasons. So I mean, it's always fun seeing your teammates score just like you do. So I'll take the assist column every time. I mean, I think that's a big accomplishment. Like I think that makes me feel good about myself a little bit, but it definitely makes me feel good about my teammates as well because that means they're knocking down shots. So everybody's playing well. More of it is communication with my teammates, really. Like, chemistry is big in terms of making shots, getting assist points, and all that stuff. So I more so just talk to my teammates, really, about where they want the ball and stuff like that. But preparation outside of that is really just working on my game and really kind of staying focused while I'm on the court and knowing that I'm not the only one, and our main scorers like Dayson and Charles aren't the only ones that have to shoot the ball. Not anybody, I wouldn't say any one person in particular, but I do watch a lot of players who don't need the ball that much, you know what I mean, who aren't as ball dominant and who also create for other people. It's a little cliche, but LeBron's definitely not really that ball dominant, you know what I mean, but Steph Curry's not really that ball dominant. I definitely like Klay Thompson, but as far as facilitating the ball, I definitely watch good point guards like John Wall, Chris Paul, and guys who are traditional point guards and not necessarily shoot first point guards.
Welcome back, everyone. Olin Hayes and Jess Burton here with you with the halftime stats. And these are some low numbers on the percentages outside of that free throw percent. We see the 20% total. That is 6 out of 30 for those of you keeping score at home for the Owls. 6 out of 30 for the Owls, 10 out of 28 for the Beacons. Not great, but certainly far ahead percentage-wise. And Coach Harris mentioned it in the interview. They got to stop fouling. Owls 11 of 11 from the line. That's 8 of 8 for James Inozie, 3 for 3 for Nick Redden. Beacons not too bad, 4 of 5 from the line, but haven't had as many opportunities. The three-point shooting not really there on either side. 2 of 12 for the Owls, 2 of 8 for the Beacons. Sinelli hasn't caught on yet. 0 of 3 today from the three-point line. And across the board, no one shooting particularly well on either side.
I mean, I think these numbers are skewed a little bit. Keene State's the #1 field goal percentage team in the conference, and they're the last team in free throw percentage in the conference, and they're 11 from the line and 6 of 30 from deep. I mean, tale of two stories right there. That's unreal.
So far from what we would have expected statistically coming into this game. Keene State, a team that just likes to toss up some three-pointers, and when it doesn't work, they go inside and go for the high percentage looks. Now no one's having any high percentage looks except at the free throw line, where they're 11 of 11 so far.
Well, those are uncontested. Those are the easy ones.
There you go, yeah.
Or should be at least. But like Jason Harris said to you at halftime, they have to stop fouling. They got to be better on a nosy on the second chance opportunities. He said some calls aren't going their way, but they're also making silly mistakes.
Yeah.
Cut back on the ones that you can control, and then hopefully the refs will clean it up too on their own. But that's a different story.
Out of your
That's
control. As we take a look at the halftime leaders, and it is a low-scoring game. Nosy leads the way with 12 points. Charles Mitchell has 8. Next highest is Mariano Rodriguez with 5. No one else on Keene State has more than 3 points. But this has been a low-scoring, tight contest. Coach Harris said he thought both teams were going to reach 55 today. They'll need to score a little more in the second half to make that happen.
Yeah, and I think they will, the adjustments. But he also said, this is Keene State, UMass Boston. That's what we talked about.
Yeah, this is what happens.
The coaches love coaching against each other. They know each other really well because they're friends outside of the game. And then these two teams, they don't give an inch when they play each other. It's such a tight battle and has been for years. The overall record between the two teams doesn't show how close the games are individually.
Also, a lot of those are in past years, way back when Keene State. Historically, extremely strong program. UMB has really caught on the last few years, getting a lot stronger.
I would like to see Mariano Rodriguez get a little bit more playing time. He had the first 2 baskets of the game, I believe, for the Beacons.
5 points in the first couple minutes.
Haven't heard from him since.
Looked really strong across the board, offense and defense. We haven't seen as much of him out there. And Sinelli, his shooting hasn't quite been there, but across the board, he's played extremely well. He's got 3 steals and 6 rebounds so far today. Always a key part of this team. As we take a look at, we're going to some highlights, I believe, from the first half.
There's Rodriguez with that opening triple.
Sean with the 1-3 that actually went in the first couple minutes for Keene State. Their first 5 shots were all threes. One of them fell. That was one of the greatest passes that you'll see. Some great backdoor passes to Charles Mitchell. Mark Monroe getting the inbound pass that time and putting it in. And then we see the steals. We've seen quite a few steals. Sinelli, for the most part, he's got 3 steals. Boyd's got 2. Beacons as a team have had 8 steals so far today. Keene State was 4, not bad, but certainly the 8 steals really stands out. And turnovers, 12 from Keene State, 10 from UMass Boston. And that is a high number on both sides. These teams average UMB around 12 or 13, Keene State around 15 turnovers per game. So already 12 for them and 10 for the Beacons in the first half. And all of this adds up to a 1-point game at the half, 26-25, UMass Boston on top. As we see that very risky pass that Monroe was able to take and turn into a 3-point play. And that was a big 3 from Tommy Burris. Clutch shot coming off the bench. And we'll look around the LEC here. Some other conference games in progress today. Southern Maine and WestCon at the half. WestCon with a slight lead, 40-34 over Southern Maine. Not as big of a lead as WestCon would probably like in a game they're definitely favored to win. Rhode Island College, the #1 team, only 4 points up on Plymouth State. Plymouth State, of course, coming off of a win on UMB earlier this week. Looking to keep that going. They trail by just 4 against Rhode Island College at the half. And the fourth and final game of the day will start coming up soon at 4 p.m. Should be getting going in just about 10 minutes or so between UMD and Castleton.
Yeah, home teams, even though these two on the screen here are winning, home teams in the LEC struggling a little bit today.
And we'll take a quick look around Beaconville at the other matches going on in progress for the UMB sports teams. Women's basketball you watched here earlier took down Keene State 65-56. Doesn't quite get across how close that game was. It was tied after the third quarter. Beacons were able to pull away in the fourth. Men's hockey is starting in just a few minutes against New England College. Women's hockey is on the road across town at Suffolk University. They will start at 5:30 p.m. Upcoming schedule for the UMB Beacons men's basketball team. On the 29th, they will have another conference game at Southern Maine. These are all conference games coming up. And the 1st, they're home against EastCon, and the 5th on the road at WestCon. So, tough conference stretch coming up, really important to determining the playoff picture. UMB currently in line for anywhere from the 2 to 4 seed. It's a 3-way tie at 5-3, and there's 3 teams 1 game back at 4-4. Beacons, of course, have a win on Rhode Island College, the number 1 team. Also, still those 3 losses, though. Definitely an interesting stretch coming up these next few days. So now we're going to go to a Beacon Spotlight with Mariano Rodriguez, talking about his freshman year at Keene State. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
I got injured before the first game even started. I was like 2 weeks into practice. I did play 1 scrimmage, but I got hurt before the second one. It was a very tough time for me because at the time, you know, I was still trying to fight for minutes, and it was a really hard situation to be in, especially because I knew, like, you know, like that's pretty much the whole year. It was a pretty serious injury because I had injured it in high school, so it was the same ankle that I recurred. And I just feel like I've always been fighting injuries, you know, so it was just really annoying and a very difficult situation to be in at the time, especially, you know, just coming there in my first year. That was the first time I was really away from my family, so it was a big adjustment, especially because, you know, it's always been my family and me, so that was also a big deal for me. My mom would still come up, though, like every other week, you know, to come visit me because she was like addicted to seeing me. Before I even went to Keene, it was difficult because of financial reasons, and luckily the coaches, staff at Keene helped me. My family helped me to getting into Keene, but my mom is the type of person that she won't really tell you, you know, it's, you know, hard. You know, she'll just kind of go for my happiness, but you know, as the year progressed, she was, you know, telling me that there's a chance I might not be able to come back, and that was with, like, injury or not. So I kept my coaches in the loop the entire year, pretty much, with that situation. My mom went to school here, so, you know, that's a big deal for me to represent her and the city. So I just felt like this would be a good fit for me for other reasons too, like my major, the price, being close to home, her, of course. I do know people that come here before I came here, so that also helped me. You know, the twins, Mike, Dace, everyone, Malik, all helped me, you know, with the transition coming in here. Definitely I had a lot of learning to do still. You know, I was still trying to get the groove of the college, you know, actually playing and stuff. So my friend Jarek, he's coming up right now too, you know, he's playing a lot more than he used to. I'm happy for him. Tony Harris, Devon Beasley, James Inozie, CD, yeah, all those guys. You know, I love all of them, to be honest with you. You know, they even though that I didn't get to play, they definitely, you know, kept me as family. They still made me feel like, you know, I was one of them. And throughout the whole year, despite how hard it was, you know, they definitely kept me close to, you know, to the team still. So I am thankful for that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center. Olin Hayes here with Jess Burton, and we'll be with you for the final 20 minutes of today's action here at the basketball court. Women's team took down Keene State 65-56. Same matchup on the men's side. UMB with a 26-25 lead at halftime. Tight, low-scoring first half, a lot of shots, a lot of misses. And something interesting from the first half, Keene State played 10 different players in the first half. UMB played only 7. Only Burris and Lorquette came off the bench as Monroe hits the first shot of the second half.
Really nice job. Good body control by the big guy. As Hunter was in there to try to defend.
Hunter, one of the only people you'll see with a height advantage on Monroe, albeit only 1 inch. Inozie and Monroe at the same height. And those who have been fighting all day in the paint.
I'm surprised Hunter didn't. They kind of left him alone.
They call a foul on Rodriguez there.
Yeah, he was deep in the paint. He was underneath the semicircle.
Yep.
I think that's a really good call by the outside official coming in.
So a chance for an and one to tie this game up. That is first foul of the day on Rodriguez.
Oh, he wasn't in the circle.
Not in the restricted area,
but a block.
And that misses. First miss of the day from the free throw line for Keene State.
He was a little off balance, Rodriguez. You know, if those feet are planted, that's a charge.
Boyd, good pass. Rodriguez for three, just missed, and it bounces off the backboard before it falls, so it won't count. Off the
That's too bad. You should get extra
top of the
points
backboard.
for
Yeah,
that, and then it going in.
That's a trick shot right there. It counts in horse.
It sure does.
Anozi near the three-point line. And didn't see what happened, but that's going to be a call on
Easy
Domwin.
Domwin. Illegal screen in the middle.
I think so, yeah. His first foul of the day. He started the game, missed a couple of threes, then got taken out. We didn't really see him the rest of the first half. But we pointed him out, Edwin Domwin, as one of our players to watch before the game. He's someone who sometimes has a big impact on games, but often ends up sort of fading away into more of a defensive role, or if he can't get his three-point shot going, just doesn't really impact the offense enough. And that's really been the case again today. He missed a couple of threes in that first half. 0 for 3, all from three-point land. And that was it. Came out of the game, played just 8 minutes of the first 20. Monroe just missed.
Easy Domwin, I don't know if people will know who I'm referring to, but he reminds me of like a Trevor Ariza type player in the NBA where he can score double digits, but if you usually look at his line, it's probably going to be 8 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, a couple of steals, a block. And that might not look impressive because there's no double figures there, but it is.
He does a little bit of everything,
exactly.
Yeah. Anozi, open shot, misses. Haven't seen him miss a lot today. He's missed a couple of layups, usually gets his own rebound and puts it back. I've seen that multiple times. He's actually 2 of 6 from the floor, but at least 2 of those misses, he got his own rebound and ended up scoring, or at least get into the foul line where he's hit every shot.
Yeah, he's filling it up from the line.
Hunter blocked by Sinelli, and it'll be the Beacons' ball. Great defense by Sinelli and Boyd. 2 minutes into the second half, pretty eventful so far. Only 2 points on each side, though, 28-27 Beacons.
We mentioned
Boyd.
Hunter, just a freshman. He'll put on some weight in the next couple of years, and he'll be a much better player down low.
And Boyd with the fadeaway. Good shot. And that's a really tough shot to defend. That's the shot you kind of have to give up in that situation. They had people covered at the perimeter. They had people covered down low, and they forced Boyd to back off. And that's a 3 from Sean. So this game is all tied up at 30. Monroe going for it again, blocked straight up.
He's got to be careful, too. He's had a lot to say tonight and screamed at the official after that, but that was a clean block. I don't know.
Yeah, it was definitely a block. There have been some questionable calls. That was not one of them.
Right.
As Anozi puts it in, Keene State back in front.
The frustration from Mark Monroe's flowing over to the defensive end. He didn't put in a great effort there. Anozi shot it right up over him. Still thinking about the play before. You got to leave that stuff in the past. That's what Jason Harris talked about at halftime.
Oh, and a bad pass right there. He's a Domwin. Finding Diallo. Sidi Diallo will draw the foul on Sinelli, who is not happy.
Dace is just, woke up on the wrong side of the bed, it seems like. He just been frustrated with himself all game, and there's really not a reason to be.
He's had a rough time. He's 1 for 5 from the floor, usually a really consistent shooter.
But you have off shooting nights.
He's put in a good defensive effort and just been called for a couple of fouls that he wasn't too sure about. That's the third one now. I don't think that was necessarily a bad call, but certainly it was a call that wasn't like 100% guaranteed.
No, but you're doing the right thing if you're Sinelli. You're not allowing an easy layup in transition. So if you pick up the foul, send them to the line. We know that they're shooting well from the line today. Overall, they're not a good free throw
typically they
shooting
don't,
team.
yeah. So Sidi Diallo Looking to hit this second one here. Monroe sits. Lorquette comes back out there. And that one goes in as well. So 34-30, Keene State up by 4. Tying their largest lead of the game. UMB led by as much as 7 early on. Charles Mitchell, pass blocked off the leg of Easy Domwin. Mitchell gets it back. Risky pass to Boyd, but well done.
Under 10 to shoot.
6 on the shot clock now. Sinelli has to put it up. And he got it. Sinelli hits a big 3 right there to bring it back to a 1-point game, and that is exactly what he and the team needed.
Maybe that'll cool him off and have him catch fire a little bit at the same time.
Open 3 for Diallo. I'll leave him alone. He misses.
That was probably the best thing that could have happened today. Was late in the shot clock. Can't overthink it. You got to just let it fly, and sometimes those are the best looking
shots.
There
was no question about what he had to do there. He had 2 seconds. He had to shoot. Lorquette missed a shot, but grabs onto it and gets the jump ball out of it. So possession arrow favors Keene State, but Beacons will get that back. So we get a timeout. Just over 4 minutes played here in this second half. It is a 1-point edge for Keene State, 34-33. We'll be back in just a minute.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're out of the timeout. Owls have the ball. Beacons have brought it within 1. Roundtree over to Redden. Good defense from Sinelli getting over there in time to contest it, and Redden not able to hit the 3.
That was the scripted play Ryan Kane wanted out of the timeout, looking to get his guy going from the corner.
Mitchell hits the 3. That's a big one. 2 straight threes for the Beacons. They lead by 2. Coming back the other way, Roundtree one-on-one. Now finds Hunter. Good weight from Hunter, and he gets an opportunity for a 3-point play. The pace increasing wildly in the last 10 seconds. That is 4 fouls on Sinelli. Could definitely be an issue going forwards. And I think Burris is going to come in for him. And that's even bigger because of how little of their bench they've used today. Only 7 players have appeared in this game still for the Beacons. So losing one of them would be huge, especially if there's not really anyone else they want to bring in.
I think this is a rotation that Jason's going to stick with unless, like you said, unless his hand is forced. This isn't the type of game that you can really, mess around with. It's a one-point game. It's probably going to be that way till the end. You got to go with the guys you trust most.
Rodriguez out wide to Mitchell. Down low for Lorquette. And that's a foul, I think, against the Owls. So defensive foul on the floor. First foul of the day on Jeff Hunter. Beacons ball out of bounds. Both teams with 3 team fouls here in the second half. Pass was tipped.
Oh.
Burris gets there.
Yeah, Prito didn't
Opportunity for the Beacons. Rodriguez for 3, just missed. Lorquette almost gets there. Rebound taken by Charles Mitchell. Gets it back to Burris. Scramble for it. Somehow manages to keep it in bounds. And it is taken out by Prito. And the Beacons will maintain possession after a wild 10 seconds. A lot going on there. But the Beacons end up with possession. Heads-up play from Tommy Burris, who has been very clutch today. Making a lot of heads-up hustle plays, just being in the right place at the right time. As Boyd drives in and just will not be stopped. Beacons back in front.
No one's going to stop Prito.
Prito finds Hunter. Lorquette had his hand on it, just enough to affect the shot. Goes off the rim. Beacons get the rebound.
Lucky. They got so lucky there. Prito was 4 feet from the basket, could have shot it open. And Hunter point blank.
And a foul called against, that is Sean, trying to stop that backdoor cut from Mitchell. Mitchell's made that cut a few times today. Usually it's worked out pretty well. This time it draws a foul. Again, successful outcome. Lorquette down low, fouled hard from behind. Good foul by Redden, puts Lorquette on the line though.
Really good position by Lorquette.
For sure.
Get the defender on his side. Good pass.
So that is 2 fouls on Redden, 5 team fouls in the second half on Keene State. And that's 5 team fouls in just 6 minutes. We saw a lot fewer fouls in the first half for sure from the Keene State side. Lorquette misses the first.
Deacons have not shot it well from the line.
They were 4 of 5 in the first half, not a lot of opportunities. Second half, they've not looked particularly comfortable from the line. Lorquette misses both. And that is not what you want to see.
This season, not good. 7th in the conference.
Good rebound by Lorquette. Beacons, 3 players diving for it, and the ball ends up back with the Owls. Pass tipped, though, by Burris, and the Beacons get it back. Charles Mitchell taking it up. Not a lot of help, we'll have to slow it down. Boyd, all alone, still 20 to shoot. Good pass to Lorquette, working one-on-one. Down low, draws the foul and puts it in. Lorquette draws the foul against James Anozi. Brings this back to a 3-point Beacons lead and a chance to make it 4.
That's a strong, strong move by the big man. Took a lot of contact there. One on the spin, then on the shot. Glad they're rewarding him with a free throw.
Lorquette very short on the free throw. Looking for a jump ball call. Burris diving on it, gets the jump ball call, and the Beacons will get the ball back. The hustle from Tommy Burris today has been spectacular. Really great effort that he's put in just across the board. Monroe is going to come in to replace Boyd. They'll go with a big lineup for now. So Charles Mitchell out there. Everyone else on the taller side for sure. Got Mitchell and Rodriguez at the guard, and then we've got Lorquette, Burris, and Monroe all out there.
1-1, 7-team foul.
So yeah, 1-on-1 for Lorquette now.
So they picked up 2 more fouls in about a minute.
Yeah. See if Lorquette can find his stroke at the free throw line. First 2 just missed. Last one looked way off.
Oh.
Again, just coming up short on these free throws.
It's like it's sticking to his fingers.
Yeah, it's just holding on to the ball too long. Roundtree covered by Burris, driving down low. Finds Devon Beasley out wide, well short on the 3, rebounded easily by Lorquette.
I was going to say, when he checked in, you got to make sure you're marked up on Devon Beasley. We saw him hit a 3 in the early part of the first half, and that's what he's in there to do now.
He's also played some good defense. We see more of it there. Ball goes loose, and Burris again. Every loose ball has been found by Tommy Burris in these last few minutes. Lorquette, good pass to Monroe, and he'll draw the foul from behind by Harris. And that was, I think, Rodriguez who got hit in the face there. Collision between Rodriguez and Roundtree. Both of them are down.
I think they knocked heads.
Yeah, it might have been heads colliding there.
Yeah, Rodriguez doesn't need any more head injuries. He got stitches over his eye last week in one of their home games.
Yeah, it looks like Roundtree got the worst of that, but both of them slow to get up. And it looks like Rodriguez wants to stay in the game. Roundtree, I think, is not going to.
We're gonna see the replay. We just saw it once. Let's take another look at it where they collide.
Ooh,
oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. God.
So
Lucky that didn't wind up in stitches for one of them.
They are actually both staying out on the court for now.
Big time collision.
Monroe misses the free throw. And now Rodriguez will sit. They'll bring in Boyd. No, Rodriguez is actually going to stay out there. And Roundtree will as well. They're taking Sean out. And without Charlie Mitchell, they don't really have a lot of depth at the guard position. Both of the substitutes we've seen today are really forwards.
We do have depth. They're just young and inexperienced. And so we
have,
our
we've seen
4 go-to guards that are always in rotation. And you add Mariano into the mix because Charlie's out.
Yeah, you've got Josiah Lossie, who's played a little late in games this year, Winston Rodriguez, a couple of freshman guards who have done a good job in limited playing time, but really haven't been playing in tight, intense games like this. Rodriguez rebounded by Monroe, and he landed before he passed it.
Technical foul on Monroe. You could see it coming.
Immediately. Another technical, second of the day against the Beacons. First one was Lorquette. This one's Monroe.
You can tell how intense it is.
Yep. So we'll see who's shooting. Looks like it'll be James Inozie again. He hit both last time. He has yet to miss a free throw today, 8 for 8. This is his first time at the line in the second half. That's 9. Tie game, 40-40.
You mentioned the depth or lack thereof, at least today. So big guy's got to be careful. I mean, those add up as personal fouls too.
Yep.
And the refs they're not gonna listen to it.
Inozie now 10 of 10 from the free throw line, and that's not something you expect. You know, he is a good free throw shooter, but not that level. Not what you usually expect there. And this is a team that is last in the conference at 59% from the line. And they've hit almost every single free throw all day. I believe that's 14 of 15 now overall. Harris driving in, hits the layup, and that technical costs them 4 points. And that goes back to what Coach Harris was saying at halftime. They've got to control the ones that they can control. You know, maybe there have been some questionable calls, but that was a needless argument on a call that was objectively correct. I mean, he landed well before he threw the ball. And even if he didn't, he threw the ball back out of bounds.
Right, he thought he got pushed out, but I mean...
But it doesn't matter.
It takes a lot to push him anyway.
Yeah, it was clearly not a foul. The correct call was made.
Body's bumping around down there.
Yeah.
And then you turn and you say whatever you said that the referee didn't like. I mean,
on another note, though, that is 4 fouls on James Inozie, which is certainly a big factor late in this game. If he is out of this game as well, that really makes things easier for UMB. They don't have to have Monroe out there to defend him. They don't have to have Lorquette to have any chance to score. They really can open up their offense and defense a bit more if Inozie is forced to come out of the game.
Yeah, that really is a big foul because Keene State doesn't have anybody with the size of Inozie to replace him down there, at least the width and and the strength. They got the freshmen.
Yeah, they have a couple other players who are very tall, but
like Hunter.
Inozie's so strong, such a big presence down low. And just no one else with that strength on this team. They've got Jeff Hunter, who's at 6'7", but plays more in the 3 or 4 role. When they've brought him in to play center, he's looked a little uncomfortable. He's lost the one-on-one with Lorquette and with Monroe.
And it's just something, it's psychological too when your best player or most effective for the day
for sure
gets fouled out, especially we have over half of a half left to play.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left. And Inozie's going to have to sit for now. They'll be relying on Tony Harris, it looks like, to play center.
Well, they brought in Quentin Sneed-Lott, who hasn't played yet today. So he's going to be cold coming in playing center. And then Tony Harris playing a little bit out of position as well, as more of a stretch 4. So
yeah.
See if the Beacons can take advantage.
Monroe is at the free throw line. We'll see if he can hit. And he does connect the first one.
That's a good sign.
That's good. That's good for the Beacons. Monroe trying to bring this back to a 1-point game. Was just 0 for 1 from the free throw line in the first half. And he hits 2 this time.
And they didn't allow the substitute to get in.
That's very strange.
The referees either didn't notice, we didn't get a buzzer from the
Good
table.
tip right there. Good tip for Mark Monroe on the rebounds. Beacons trail by just 1. And Monroe spins in towards the basket. And he hits another layup. 44-43. Beacon's back in front by 1. Tight back and forth game.
Talk about the psychology behind a nosy being out. How much more comfortable did Monroe look on that play right there? That's
Absolutely.
That whole possession.
And that will stay with Keene State as Charles Mitchell knocks it out of bounds. Lorquette will now come in. Monroe will take a break for a minute, but very effective couple of minutes from Monroe without a nosy out there to stop him. And now Lorquette can take over and do the same thing.
And despite the technical foul.
Yeah.
Effective, but
After that.
Yes.
After that, he was very effective. And the first shot of the day from Sneed-Lott goes in. Quinton Sneed-Lott, the freshman, pulls up.
Another tall freshman.
Yeah. A lot of very tall, very young players on this team. And most of them are looking pretty good so far, especially on the defensive side. We've seen the offense pick up in this second half as well. Really on both sides, we've seen a lot more offense. Lorquette almost looked like it was in.
That was a good battle between him and Sneed-Lott there.
And that's minimal contact, but it was contact. So that'll be another foul, the first foul rather, on Charles Mitchell. And that, if that's how they're going to call this game, that's certainly a valid foul call, but a very light one. So, especially if you're the Owls at this point, getting into the double bonus, now you got to be very careful if that's already going to be called a foul. Really just reached out and tapped him on the arm as he ran by. And that one falls. Nizaire Roundtree puts it in. 3-point lead for the Owls. Boyd for Burris, and that's an offensive foul. Burris missed the three anyway. Jalen Franklin taking the charge there.
Remember, he got called for the blocking foul in the first half, but was in there trying to take a charge. He must be their charge guy. Coming off the bench, get a spark, tough defense.
And that's another foul on Charles Mitchell, 2 in quick succession. And this one actually puts them in the bonus. This is going to be a 1-and-1. And with both teams in the bonus now, free throws going to become even more important. And so far it's been Keene State with the edge from the free throw line. We'll see if they can keep that up. Devon Beasley will have a 1-and-1 here. And he hits the first one. So we'll get one more shot here as we see another foul in that replay. Beasley misses the second. Beacons will hang on to the rebound. Tommy Burris staying in there, standing strong. Boyd, one-on-one with Beasley. Going in.
Offensive foul. Oh, wait. One guy has a block, the other guy has a charge.
Looks like one of them said he was in the restricted area. We'll see what they come up with. And they're going to deliberate on this one. This is a big swing in this game. This is either a 2-point and potentially 3-point play, or it's a turnover.
Rule number 1 as an official, you don't have a blarge. You don't have two guys calling different things.
Still discussing this one. This is a big situation here. Calling the coaches over as well.
Yeah, well, they deserve an explanation too.
Yeah.
Jason doesn't look happy. Looks like it's going to be an and 1.
All right. So the basket should count then. It should be 48-46. Wait, really? Yeah, Jason Harris is asking for this. This should be a shooting foul if it's against the Owls. That has to be an and 1. I don't know what the call is here. But it's the Beacons' ball out of bounds, even though they're in the bonus. So, looks like they compromised, and they did, in fact, call a blarge.
Double foul?
And an offensive foul now. I have no explanation for what just happened in these last 10 seconds. An offensive foul for almost no contact. The basket did not count. They did not call the block or the charge, or perhaps they called both of them. And it's the Owls' ball with a 4-point lead. So, some very questionable decisions here.
I mean, it's tough to stay with, even if you're here.
Yeah,
There
was no explanation given. They announced a foul against Keene State over the loudspeaker.
Take a look at the replay. Boyd went to the basket.
They called an offensive foul for that.
I'm not even sure if it was on Boyd. There's no way it could be.
Saw absolutely nothing there.
So maybe it was on.
It must have been off the ball somewhere. I didn't see anything, though.
Yeah, there was a beacon on the other side of the block, so maybe a clear out right there, but
I don't know. Anyway, travel on the field, on the court. Ball goes back over to UMB. They trail by 4. Pass down low to Lorquette. He gets fouled. He'll go to the line. So they're into the double bonus. This will be 2 free throws no matter what. Lorquette has got to find his stroke at the free throw line. Second foul on Quentin Sneed-Lott. And let's see if Lorquette can get the free throws together. That one just misses, but looked a lot better than the previous ones. So hopefully that's a sign pointing in the right direction for him. Lorquette does hit, breaks the streak of 4 consecutive misses from the line. Beacons within 3. Beasley and Roundtree trying to get across center court. Sinelli is back out there. Sinelli on 4 fouls. Roundtree going in. And a putback. Big putback from Quentin Sneed-Lott. 5-point lead. And at this point, it's very demoralizing for the Beacons. They just lost out on an interaction due to an explanation that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to any of us up here.
I still don't know what the call was.
Yeah, there was a block and a charge called by different refs.
The original, on the block charge, simultaneous. I think they ended up calling a foul on both players.
And then they gave it out of bounds to the Beacons, who were in the bonus. So that shouldn't be possible.
And you can correct that too. That's a correctable error if you miss free throws, administer the wrong amount. You can go back, but it depends on how many possessions the ball has changed hands before you can correct that. But take another look at this replay.
And this is Quentin Sneed-Lott here with a big putback dunk. No foul that time, as back on live, Boyd hits the first free throw.
I mean, the Beacons, that's bad boxing out. I mean, that's what the result is.
Boyd trying to get him back within 3. 1 possession.
It's been a strange day for both Beacons.
It has. It's been a very odd basketball day. The girls' team was able to clutch it out. We'll see if the boys can do the same.
Jason said first team, he thinks, to 55 will win. Owls are getting close.
Lorquette with a good rebound there in traffic.
Strong one-handed rebound.
Yep. And that's a big play right there. If you give up an offensive rebound, that you're in a lot of trouble. Sinelli for 3. Misses short. Beasley there for the rebound.
Okay, Dason has to keep his head. He cannot foul. Can't get that 5th foul. We got to have some minutes in here with him.
Tipped in by Harris. Going to miss. Charles Mitchell going the other way. He's going to pull up, not go for the layup against 3 players. Smart decision.
We have 8 minutes left. It feels like it's under a minute to play.
Yeah. Burris for 3. Oh, in and out. It looked like it was in for Tommy Burris. And that feels bad. He's had such a good day. I feel like he deserved that one. Maybe the only player in this entire game you can say has played a clean game so far. And that is a shot that expands this to a 6-point lead, biggest lead we've seen in quite a while. And that's going to bring us to a timeout with 7.5 to go. So we'll take a break. Beacons will have the ball when we come back. They trail by 6.
Division III allows you to give give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III in athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Hello, everyone. We are back, and we still don't understand what happened in the last interaction with the fouls, but we're working on it. Rodriguez just missed a three, and the Beacons now really need to get that three-point shooting going to get back into this one.
Well,
or they need the defense to be as comfortable as it was in the first half.
Like the Beacons, let's leave that stretch of plays behind us.
Yeah.
Look forward and try to get back in this game.
Beasley fouled on the three attempt by Mitchell. And that's a bad foul right there. Third foul for Mitchell as well. And now basically the whole team is in foul trouble.
Another timeout.
We'll have another timeout, so we'll have some more time for everyone to strategize, and we'll come back for 7 more minutes in just a bit.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there's a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, where it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
So welcome back from another timeout. Beasley at the free throw line. He hit his first 2. Now he's got 3. Trying to bring this to the biggest lead of the day for either team. I still don't know what's happening. They stopped the game for, it looked like for the players to tie their shoes, and then they go for...
So they called a violation on Beasley. His foot was on the line.
Huh. Okay.
Or toe was over the line when he received the ball.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, that is nitpicking. But
that,
goodness.
I have many questions, but...
Tell the kid to back up.
Yeah.
Beforehand. I mean, that's...
Sinelli with a good shot right there. Beasley ends up going 2 out of 2 on 3 shots. We come back on the other side. Sinelli hits a 2. Back to a 6-point game. We're basically right back where we started. Owls have the ball up by 6. Hunter down low. Burris came over a little bit late, not in time. 8-point lead. Owls way out in front, and they have hit the magic number, according to Coach Harris, 56. That is, in fact, over 55, so we'll see if the Beacons are able to work their way back into this one. A high shot from Boyd. That was very good.
And off balance, tough shot. Mike needs to be more aggressive. I always think he's an X factor for this offense. That might have been his first shot attempt tonight. He's had that quiet of a night that wouldn't remember one.
Yeah, he has not been very busy. He was just 1 of 2 in the entire first half. I think his first shot that he tried to attempt was the one where he got called for an offensive foul a couple minutes ago.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
So Yeah, very much playing a small part in today's game. Even he's been good with the ball in his hands and just hasn't been taking those shots. So we'll take another quick break and then we'll come back. Or actually, they might already be coming back. So we'll just say here, 56-50. Beacons trailing the Keene State Owls by 6. If you're just joining us, the women's team won today in these same two colleges. Beacons 65, Owls 56. Now on the men's side, Keene State at 56, UMB at 50. Beacons had a 1-point lead at halftime. Things have started to fall apart here in the fourth quarter. There's been a lot of very interesting, to say the least, decisions from the referees. We've had a couple of technical fouls as well that have really swung this game. James Inozi has not missed a free throw. Devon Beasley puts it in. They just left him too much space, and it's an 8-point lead now.
They've been doing all this, keeping the lead with Inozi on the bench.
Oh! And that is a chance for a 4-point play. Mariano Rodriguez doing his best to get the Beacons back in this one. We said at halftime we wanted to see him get more involved. Had those 5 points in the first couple of minutes, then quieted down. Now they get him back out there. They get him the ball. He hits a 3, draws a foul.
Oh, see, I love his game. He's so tough. The moment never too big. Doesn't shy away from a big 3.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a clutch shot right there.
Take the replay. We're going to see.
And they close out late. Follows through. Gets knocked down. Makes the 3. Now we go back to live as Rodriguez tries to convert the 4-point play, and he's got it. 4 points on one possession from Mariano Rodriguez. It is 58-54, and this game is totally doable again for UMB.
Cut the lead in half on one possession.
Yeah. That is pretty amazing. Fantastic play from Mariano Rodriguez. Diallo out for Beasley. And that one's well short. That's an air ball. Beacons will take over as Jarek Sechon completely whiffs.
Yeah, Sechon, it's a tough name to say. He should have jump stopped there. You come down with 2 feet, not a travel. But I think he was scared to do the 1-2, which would have been.
Good dribbling from Boyd. Goes for the floater, and he's got it. Michael Boyd brings it back within 2. Beacons are right back in this one.
With all the charge calls we've seen, Mike's kind of lucky he didn't get one there because Prito just held his ground and Mike landed in him, and that's one of those where the basket counts because it's up there, but then he follows through with the charge. So could have put them on the, could have at least turned the ball over. They would have got the points, but Mike's lucky.
And that is a foul. Prito going to get, or rather, I think that is Diallo who took the shot. So Prito hits the shot, brings it back to a 4-point lead. He'll have a chance to make it 5. Sidi Diallo draws the foul from Mariano Rodriguez. That is his 2nd of the day. Diallo misses. So still a 4-point lead. We are at 5 minutes remaining, and a lazy pass. And a big block from Sinelli. Back out wide. Beasley.
Got to recover.
Sinelli with a huge block. We talk about how he plays so much bigger than 6'2", just such a force in the paint. Despite being pretty average size by the numbers, but the way he plays is anything but average. And another big block. And a travel call against Inozi. Very late travel call, but a travel call nonetheless. And that is huge for UMB to come back from that turnover. Not allow any points off it, and then they're right back where they started. Boyd working one-on-one against Diallo. Boyd going up for it. Monroe gets the rebound, blocked. Puts it back up, and he's got it. He thought about the pass out wide to Sinelli. Monroe instead puts it in himself. It's back to a 2-point game.
That stop process made the defense move, opened up some space.
It's very well played. Quick little pump fake. Big play, and it's Sinelli who blocks Inozi right there. Just gets in his way, stops it while he's bringing the ball up.
That's great defense by Dace. A nosy turn, put the ball right in the number 4 on Dace's chest.
Good pass to Sinelli, looking for 3. Just missed. Monroe gets the rebound, tips it to Rodriguez. He gets hit hard, and he's going to have a chance to tie this game up from the line. What a fantastic minute of play here from UMass Boston. They trailed by 8, almost trailed by 10, managed to get a defensive stop. And then the 4-point play was the big thing that started this comeback. Mariano Rodriguez hits a 3, gets fouled. We're going to take a look at some replays here. The Beacons are now within 2. As we see Rodriguez getting that rebound. 4 Owls around him, and he draws the foul. So we will take a quick break, and we will come back to watch Mariano Rodriguez take 2 free throws and try to tie this game up.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
And we are back. Mariano Rodriguez getting set up for his free throws here. Very, very important moment in this game. Mariano Rodriguez a chance to tie it up. Owls have led by as much as 8 in the last few minutes. And the first free throw goes for Rodriguez, 60-59. Chance for a tie. And there it is. Rodriguez 2 of 2 from the charity stripe. We are all tied up at 60 with 3:37 to go in regulation.
Doesn't matter if it's a 3 or a pressure foul shot. Rodriguez has ice in his veins and got there, flying in for that rebound amongst the trees.
He's a freshman, by the way.
Yep. Big
6'1" freshman, going up getting a rebound in a group full of people 6'4" or taller. Hits both free throws to tie the game after his 4-point play ignited the comeback in the first place.
Ooh.
Charles Mitchell knocks it loose. 3 players down. Shot clock runs out before they can get the ball to a nosy. Fantastic defense again from the Beacons.
I think Prito got away with off-arm push there, too. Really good defense by Mitchell, the entire Beacons team.
Yeah, Charles Mitchell started that play. He tied him up. They got the ball on the ground. They kept it there for as long as they could. 3 minutes to go. Beacons with the ball. Chance to take the lead. Boyd going in. He got it! Michael Boyd puts the Beacons in front, 62-60.
And he has that ability to take over games.
We pointed him out as the player to watch on the Beacons side before today's game, and boy has he been clutch here in this fourth quarter.
If they're going to allow him to go left, he'll go left every time. He's a lefty.
Take it away. Sinelli. It's 2-on-4. He's going to try to slow it down. Injury in the backcourt. We get a timeout called, I believe.
It's Boyd that's down, too.
Boyd went down hard. Izadamwan is going to come back in for Keene State. We'll see if Boyd is able to keep going.
Looks like he's trying to walk it off.
And actually, there's no timeout. They drew a foul on Roundtree. So it will be Dason Sinelli going to the line. Didn't see what happened. Was looking at the backcourt to see who was hurt there. Boyd looks to be all right. He's over with Coach Harris getting some water. And he is going to stay out on the court. Sinelli now with a chance to expand the lead. He got it. First free throw good. 3-point lead, and now a chance to make it a 2-possession game. Nick Redden and Edwin Izadamwan are going to come back in. Sinelli's second. It's good. 4-point lead. Beacons are up by 2 possessions.
Glad
2.5 to play.
Glad Dace is still in this game with those 4 fouls.
Absolutely, and he's done a fantastic job playing defense without fouling.
Yep.
Redden shoots, misses, and they'll let it go out. This is a 14-2 run for the UMass Boston Beacons. They trailed 58-50 just a few minutes ago. Mariano Rodriguez hit that 4-point play to bring it back to 58-54. And now here we are, about 2.5 minutes after that. Beacons lead by 4, 64-60. And they have possession once again after the miss from Redden.
Talk about a momentum shift, that 4-point play.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what it's all about.
If they hold on to win, that's absolutely the key moment in this game. Boyd looking for some help. Driving in. Sinelli down low. I love that play. They bring Monroe all the way out to the perimeter. Anozi follows him. It leaves the space wide open in the paint for Sinelli to go in. No Anozi to stop him. And no one else on this team is going to have a good time stopping Sinelli in the paint. And we get a stoppage in play. This is going to be a timeout. So we will take a break. 16-2 run has brought us to 66-60. Beacons with a 6-point lead over the Owls. We'll take one of our last breaks for today, and we'll be back in just a minute.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Hello again, Olin Hayes here with Jeff Burton. 6-point advantage, a minute 43 to play. Beacons on top, Owls with the ball. And he had an opportunity to hand the ball off to Nizaire Roundtree. He did not take it, and that is a 5-second violation. That is something you simply cannot do.
Second one of the game.
Both on Devon Beasley.
Prito the first one.
Prito the first one, that's right.
But still, it doesn't matter. What are you doing? Out of a timeout? You can't get the ball in?
And he had someone to hand it off to right in front of him. The Beacons were perfectly willing to let Roundtree take possession of the ball.
Such a huge possession.
And now the Beacons have it with a minute and a half. They can run some more time off the clock. Or they can let Monroe go in and make it an 8-point game. Mark Monroe, 2 more points. It's 68-60. Beasley will get fouled, and maybe, just maybe, they'll end this run at 18-2. An unbelievable comeback, all sparked by that 4-point play from Rodriguez, but great play across the board. Sinelli has been great. Monroe comes off the bench, hits a big shot down low there. The defense has been really good. They haven't been fouling. That's their first foul in a few minutes. Beasley does hit the free throw. That is also 4 fouls on Charles Mitchell, something to watch out for, but at this point, it's less important if someone fouls out if we get this late into the game, as long as they can keep it from going to overtime. Beasley continues to be solid from the line, brings it back to a 6-point lead. And that's a foul. Big foul called against Prito.
Boyd's going to have 2 free throws.
So yeah, 2 free throws for Michael Boyd. One of the better free throw shooters on a pretty below average free throw shooting team. They've struggled this season across the board. Came into today 8th in the conference. Keene State came in 9th. Out of 9, by the way. These were the bottom 2 free throw shooting teams in the conference. Both have outperformed expectations by quite a bit from the line. More so Keene State, of course. They've been nearly 100%. I think they've only missed 1 all day. Statistically, I think they've missed a second on the violation. But both teams have really shot surprisingly well from the free throw line, especially the Owls. Boyd trying to put the lead back at 8. That one does go off the rim, 70-62. A minute 15 to go. Beacons just have to hang on for now about 70 more seconds. Jalen Franklin goes in. Good drive. Hits the layup. Sinelli trying to run some time off the clock, get it across half court. Under a minute to go. 6-point game. And that's a foul. Sinelli will go to the line. And it's more and more dangerous for these fouls as more and more people get towards 5 fouls. That's Tony Harris's third. And they're really running out of players on both sides who can go out and intentionally foul someone, which is, of course, much more of a problem right now for the Owls as they're trailing. Sinelli hits the first. 7-point lead once again. 56.4 on the clock. Lorquette, the lone rebounder in there for the Beacons. They'll give this rebound up if Sinelli doesn't hit it for the most part. And he misses. Rebound taken by the Owls.
At least he got one. It's a
he did get one, yeah.
Possession game, unless you're Mariano Rodriguez.
Absolutely. Tipped by Charles Mitchell in that crowd, and he's the one who gets it out to Sinelli, and Sinelli gets fouled. Another scoreless possession for the Owls. Second foul of the day on Edwin Izidamwen. 45.9 on the clock now. And if Sinelli and co can keep hitting these free throws, the Beacons are going to wrap this one up. That run hasn't really stopped, by the way. It's at 21-4. That one falls for Sinelli. Eight-point game, trying to make it 9. And there it is. Jason Sinelli hits another one. 45 on the clock. Beasley looking for a quick shot.
Travel.
And a travel called on Devon Beasley. Under 40 seconds to play. Beacons will get the ball back.
Indecisiveness by Beasley.
And that is now a 5-second violation and a travel call on him in the last couple minutes. Burris is going to come into the game for Lorquette. And on the other side, it'll be Sidi Diallo checking in for Izidamwen. And Izidamwen was just never able to make enough of an impact on this game today.
Oh, Mike's lucky he didn't get called for a charge.
Yeah. And they will continue to intentionally foul, see if the Beacons will give them any chance. But if they keep hitting all these free throws, there is no way that Keene State gets back in this game. So they just have to keep doing it if they really want to extend this game. Hope for some misses eventually, and then get their offense back going. They still haven't scored. That was the second foul on Jalen Franklin. Boyd misses the first one. Still, it is a 9-point lead. Lorquette will check back in for Burris. Looks like if it's up to them, they want Lorquette out there on defense, Burris on offense. Possibly just for free throw shooting purposes. Boyd does hit one of two. Charles Mitchell will play up on press defense just to slow them down a little bit, make them take a few extra seconds off the clock. Redden forces up a three, comes up short. Harris taps it back out. Franklin. Charles Mitchell comes in and gets it. Redden taps it away. Harris has it. Owls still have the ball, but they've run 10 seconds off the clock. Redden's got to shoot. Harris loses the ball. Charles Mitchell almost took it away. They get it back out to Franklin. Steps back for three. He misses it. Even if he hit it, it wouldn't matter at this point. We're down to 10 seconds on the clock. And that should just about do it. Charles Mitchell just trying to get across half court. And that is all he needs to do. Sinelli will hold on to it and dunk it as time expires. That is the game. Beacons win it 74-64.
What a run to end the game.
Wow.
I mean, since the 4-point play, I think that was, what, the 5-minute mark or so?
Yeah, it was right around 5 minutes. They trailed 58-50. They end the game on a 24-6 run, and the Beacons end up sweeping the day at home. Women's team winning, and then the men's team winning as well. What an incredible game. Mariano Rodriguez, that key play, that 4-point play, to cut the deficit from 8 to 4. They brought it back from there, top 60, ended up ahead 68-60. And now they end up winning the game by 10, 74-64. They hit their free throws down the stretch. Sinelli, Boyd, etc. Charles Mitchell with some fantastic defensive plays and some key miscues at important times from the Owls. All this adds up to a fantastic last few minutes of this game for UMass Boston, and they come away with a conference victory. They improve to 6-3 in the Little East, 12-6 overall. Keene State falls to 4-5 in conference, 5-12 overall on the season. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with an interview with Coach Harris, and then we'll come back up here to wrap things up with some stats and highlights.
I'm Elizabeth Clavin, sophomore business management major from Edina, Minnesota. I love being a part of this volleyball team. Volleyball is what brought me to UMass Boston. I looked at our recruiting website one last time and saw UMass Boston on it, came out for a visit the next week, and it kind of hit all the boxes that I was looking for. In a good city, good academic school, good volleyball program, it had everything I wanted. Although it was far away from home, I knew this is where I wanted to be. Winning 6 back-to-back LEC titles is really a dynasty, I think, and Terry has really focused hard on recruiting and building this dynasty and continuing to build a program that can continue to win championships, and it's really lucky to be a part of something this great. Last year I was the Little East Conference Defensive Player of the Year, All-Conference second team, NCAA Regional MVP of the regional tournament, ABC All-Region Honorable Mention, and New England Women's Volleyball Association All-Rookie Team and Honorable Mention. I think my favorite game would have to be playing in the regional championship last year. We played against a really good Williams team, and I think that match, we started off a little shaky and lost the first set. We've lost in the whole playoff season, and I think that kind of
Fantastic end to a pretty wild back and forth game across the board. The game ended with a 24-6 run, starting with that Mariano Rodriguez 4-point play. Did that really seem like a turning point to you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a big play for us, struggling to score a little bit, playing with the rotation a bit. Yeah, it was a big play for us, but, you know, again, like Mark Monroe, some of these, you look at our guys like Mike Boyd's limping, Dason's limping, you know, Mark's limping, and that's what it was going to take, was like that type of effort. And as bad as Wednesday was, like this was to respond like that, man. That's, you know, that's why I love these guys.
Absolutely. It was a tough game. We saw a lot of people going down, hard collisions, and we saw really only 7 players in the game. Charlie Mitchell, of course, still hurt. And you guys are fighting against a 10-man rotation, a lot of the bench players coming off and scoring. What changed defensively to really shut them down near the end?
Again, like we were down 9 or 10 late. It was looking bleak, you know, starting to implode a little bit, and we just challenged them. And you know what, those guys, they took the challenge. Again, when we play hard and we play together and we don't worry about whistles and we're resilient, we're a tough out. When we don't do those things, you see what happened on Wednesday. So, hey, man, that was 10 or 11 straight games. Keene's beating us. You know, it feels good to get that one for Dason and some of these other guys who've never beat Keene. And, you know, that's a LEC, you know, tournament game right there. You got to handle the runs.
Absolutely. This looks like 2 teams that could play each other into the playoffs at some point in time for sure. And this is a big comeback victory today. Is this something that you can really use to energize your team going forward?
Sure. Well, the same way we, you know, use it when we beat Holy Cross, or we have other EastCon, but the same way we'll use the negative stuff to fuel that, right? Our last 2 days of practice were probably the hardest 2 days of practice we've had since, you know, the first 2 weeks of the season. I didn't care about their bodies, and, you know, the older kids came in, and they knew what was going on. They knew what type of day we were going to have, so they responded. If you look at every one of our losses this year, we respond the next game, and they responded. So, you know, I'm proud to coach these guys today.
Absolutely. Congrats on the big win.
Thank you.
And that was all for today's games. We'll be back to wrap things up with some stats and highlights in just a moment. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back. Olin Hayes here with Jess Burton as we wrap things up. And we look at these final stats, and the shooting percentage stayed low for Keene State, really increased for UMass Boston. The free throws, pretty average for UMB. Keene State not as perfect, no longer 100%, but still good number for them. But really, that field goal percentage really increasing drastically in the second half for UMB.
Well, they got easier shots. They got shots they wanted. And James and Nosey going out in foul trouble with 4 fouls with about 11 and a half minutes left in the second half. That was a really big factor because then the space opened up in the lane, and the Beacons were able to take advantage.
Absolutely. We saw very little of him near the end of the game. Didn't turn into a lot of pressure when he was out there anyway. They had some great plays distracting him, bringing Monroe out to the perimeter so smaller guys could get in the paint. And we look over at the team leaders for today, and it was a very big team effort. Michael Boyd finishes with 18, Monroe and Sinelli each with 14. Sinelli finishes with a double-double, 10 rebounds. Again, we mentioned it in pregame. He plays so much bigger than 6'2". Ends up tied for the lead or in the lead of almost every statistical category today. Had 3 steals and 3 blocks as well. Sinelli blocked a Nosey at one point.
Yeah, but Michael Boyd, that was a quiet 18. With like 3 minutes left, I was like, has he even shot the ball yet?
He ends up with 18 points,
Yeah, I know. So he poured it on at the end there, a couple from the line.
Most of those were at the very end of the game, yeah.
But but he can do that. He can take over. He's an X factor for this team. I'd like to see him be more aggressive more often.
Absolutely. On the other side, it was James Inozie, who was the star player on offense, but he really fell off down the stretch. We saw him, of course, leave the game for a lot of the game due to the foul trouble. Got his 4th foul with like 11 minutes left. Devon Beasley ends up taking over on the offensive side. 10 points, a couple of really good plays, but a couple of really bad mistakes as well. And you see 6 assists each for Harris and Inozie, but nothing particularly special there.
Nosey sat for about a minute too long. He was up from about 11.5 to 4.5, and at that 5-minute mark with that 4-point play by Mariano Rodriguez, if they bring Nosey back in before the 4-minute timeout, I think maybe we have a different ending, but that was,
For sure. By the time he was back out there was just so much going right for the Beacons. They end the game on a 24-6 run. They trailed 58-50. They end up winning the game 74-64. Absolutely dominant final 5 minutes for the UMass Boston Beacons. One more time, they go to 5-3, Keene State to 6-3, Keene State to 4-5 in the conference. For Jess Burton, I'm Olin Hayes. Thank you guys for watching today. We will see you all next time. On behalf of our whole production crew, have a good day, everybody.